Well, I've got 3 after 6. We're waiting on Mr. Shada, but I know he's going to be here, so I expect he'll be here in a few minutes. Then we can go ahead and get started. So I'll call this meeting to order. It's a meeting of Mantua Springs City Council. It's a work session, April 11th, 2023. And I will go ahead with the roll call. Councilor Weatherholt,
Present.
Councilor Chandler,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fortune,
Present.
Councilor Johnson.
Here.
Councilor Wolf,
Here.
Councilor Shada is absent and the mayor is present. So I believe Mr. Shada will be here pretty soon. Let's go ahead and get started, though. Our first discussion item is the Mantua Springs Urban Renewal Authority update. And we have Debbie Sagan, John Maynard, and Jim Reese. So you have the floor. Yeah, and let the record show that John Shada is present as of 6:04.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Debbie Sagan. I'm the chair of the Manitou Springs Urban Renewal Authority Board. With me tonight is our executive director, Jim Reese, and our vice chair, John Maynard. Do you need us to do anything else for the record, or should we just?
Well, we need your address, and then
That's
if each of the other two gentlemen could give us their names and addresses.
I'll start Debbie Sagan, 523 Crystal Hills Boulevard, Manitou Springs.
John Maynard at 1320 Indian Oaks Place, Manitou Springs. I mentioned before Debbie grabs us back that Alan Delwich is also in the audience as a board member.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And others may have arrived.
Jim Reese, Executive Director, 520 Silver Springs Circle, Colorado Springs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for having us present to you tonight. We did provide a memo and presentation in advance. We do want to run through the presentation first, and after that, we have some comments to make, and then we'd be happy to answer your questions. So Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you. Are we ready with a presentation? The Manitou Springs Urban Renewal Authority? Yeah, PowerPoint.
That's what you want? Okay, great.
We're gonna make it full screen, or is that just the biggest it's gonna, it's fine. I mean, we can all read it, so I can leave it like that.
Yeah, that's
Okay, all right. I can go from there. Fine. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to put up this on the screen, our mission statement of the Urban Renewal Authority. And the very first sentence really kind of says it all. The mission of the Manitou Springs Urban Renewal Authority is to encourage private investment and reinvestment in targeted areas while strengthening the tax base of the whole city. I think that's kind of the gist of the mission that this board has been striving to accomplish. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate that's how our budgets are all based upon that. You gonna go to the next slide, please? I don't have. Okay. I think you're all familiar with the board. Obviously Debbie and John are here. Ann is our secretary. Alan Gregory is our treasurer. Farley is here in the room. Alan Delich is here. Barb Winter and Marcy Morrison. And there are the terms on the side there. Next, okay. So this is the projects that we've accomplished over the year, and as you can kind of see on that list, it's all mostly capital improvement projects. The West Side Avenue project that was done several years ago now, we put some funds into that and got Manitou's portion of that upgraded beyond what I think the county was originally planning on doing. We added more lighting, we added more colored concrete and that type of thing to the Manitou section of the area. Since then, since that project's been completed, we planted some trees on adjacent private property because the right of way for Manitou Avenue is so narrow. There wasn't any room to plant trees actually in the road right away. So every year we've been trying to negotiate with private property owners to see if we can place more trees, and we'll continue to do that. And then lastly on that, the Highway 24 interchange design was initiated in 2022. And it got as far as CDOT signing off on closing off the free right turn. But that's when the project stopped for lack of funding. El Paso Boulevard, we helped the city overlay the road and put in some bike lanes and parking. Marcy Morrison Bridge, also known as Becker Lane. We did the bridge project and we're getting close to actually putting the tiles on the bridge. So that's coming up and they're really beautiful, pretty exciting actually. So that'll be done yet this spring, I think into the summer. The East Entry Plaza, where the Rocky panel is, beautiful piece that it is, along with the Eagle sculpture. And then of course, the Holiday Inn Express with the redevelopment agreement and providing tax increment financing to help offset some of the extraordinary development costs. We do the next slide, please. Okay. Continuing on, last year we did the LaFawn redevelopment agreement, and as you all have probably seen, the LaFawn Motel is down. It's been taken out, cleared, and actually just the other day, I believe it was hydroseeded to try to keep the dust and dirt down. We continuing on the site planning this year, and hopefully we'll come up with a project very soon on that site. We installed a bike ride station. We've provided shuttle contribution funding in the past. I know the city has taken that over this year. Streetscape improvements, several sculptures have been installed with the help of Crane. And we have 2 more coming in this year. And then the last project on there is the Fountain Creek Bridge. The board decided to try to create another access point from Manitou Avenue over to the Midland Trail area, and started the negotiations on that last year with the property owners to get easements for that bridge. Next, please. And ongoing, El Paso Boulevard streetscape. We did a plan about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, working with the school district along the area where the ball fields are on El Paso, to try to spruce that up, improve the pedestrian access, as you know, it's kind of, there's nowhere to walk and try to improve that whole area. And so we got as far as doing the design as well as cost estimates for two possible solutions for that. And then we put the project on hold pending doing a future budget. We hope to partner at some point in time with the school district to try to jointly fund that project. So that would be a great improvement to that section of El Paso Boulevard. Manitou Avenue, Highway 24 safety improvements. As I mentioned earlier, we did a traffic study in 2022, submitted it to CDOT, and CDOT finally came through and agreed that that free right turn could be eliminated. The next step on that would be to finish a concept plan and do the same thing, a cost estimate, so that we could budget in the future to pay for that. We haven't got to that point at this stage. We've done redevelopment grants. We'll continue to do that, hoping to upgrade some of the buildings that are out there or possibly redevelop sites out there entirely using tax increment financing. The Fountain Creek pedestrian bridge, at some point, we hope to be able to fund that in the future. That's going to be fairly pricey, and then continue to do the street tree program as we can negotiate places to put trees. And last slide, next slide. So this is the approved budget that the board approved at the end of 2022. And it's showing revenues of roughly 1.3 million, including sales tax increment revenue funds. And then the operating budget, the two sculptures, the streetscape work for the Manitou Avenue Highway 24 interchange, adding the street trees and continuing the holiday lighting for another $1 million total expenditures, leaving us the balance of 247,000 and some change. That was the approved budget. Can you see the next slide, please? Since that time, there has been no sales tax increment revenue received. And the budget did have an adjustment. There was an accounting error that transferred along with some savings from last year. Some expenditures were not made. So the year-end balance went to $1,038,000 for a total revenue of $1,169,000. So the board has settled on an operating budget of 606,000, the two sculptures again of 110, the street trees at 5, and the Holiday Inn at 35, for total expenditures of 756,213. And with that, if it goes all according to plan, there should be a carryover balance going into 24 of around $400,000. Should be the last slide. And are there any questions on my presentation?
Mr. Shader?
I was curious in terms of these two budget items. And I have some printouts because the packets is a little small. People would like those. But in particular, I was curious about going back to these slides here of the accomplishments. And it seems like to me that the URA has been in existence for 17 years. And I went back through all the city budget transfers, okay? And it looks like to me that the URA has received about $7.6 million worth of funds. And probably, I can't be precise on this because I believe the property tax that's come in has been remitted directly to the URA, directly by the treasurer. And because of just the amount of information that's available on the URA's website as well as on the city's website, I had to make some estimates, okay, as to what that is, which I think is roughly about $900,000. So I'd like to kind of hand out my little analysis sheet here and kind of go over it. Is that all right, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I tried to do was come up with, shall we say, a 17-year kind of financial overview. And by my calculations, the URAs received from property tax and sales tax transfers from the city about $8.5 million. Then what I did was I took the liberty of figuring out kind of what the URA's overhead has been, kind of looking in as many past statements as I could. Okay, and I came up with about $1.1 million. And then we all know, and if you're curious about what the amount is for the redevelopment grant for the Lund Fund property, I put that on the reverse side because there is where the Paragon Development Agreement is. Okay, and I just basically took the exact wording out of the agreement. Okay. And then it seems like maybe the new euphemism is, or well, some of the spreadsheets from the URA calls it streetscape enhancements, but I've heard another term for it, public works projects, which is essentially, I think, largely all the things, Jim, that you put on the accomplishments here. Okay. Other than the Holiday Inn, TIF, and the LaFawn redevelopment, I think the rest of them all fit into this public works project category of about $4 million. Then in looking at you folks' spreadsheet, it looks like to me that you started the year with about $1.1 million in funds on hand. Does this seem like this is a pretty fair representation as what's gone on? Each year in the table below on the front there, I've found the amounts of transfers from our budgets in the gray area that has $19,000 and $32,000 are just merely sort of kind of pretty good guesstimates, given that I found some sheets that showed balances on hand and whatnot. And that information on the city website from 2006 to 2011 is pretty non-existent in terms of city budgets and things like that. So that's what the gray area is there. And so that second table there of $7,656 that's the top number in the front there. In the third row over, the third column over where I say present utilization, I'm trying to show here kind of where the source of funds have been to the URA, which I'm not kidding you, I didn't make these up. It just happened to come out to be 90 and 10. All right. All right. Those aren't numbers I plugged in there. That is actually the math of the total public investment that's been made in the URA, divided by each one of those categories of sales tax and the direct transfers of property tax TIF. Then in the orange section down there below, I've already gone over that, but I just want to point out that it appears like the URA has had an approximate overhead of about 13% over its 17 years. Okay. The redevelopment grant for the LaFawn property appears to have taken 25% of the total funds that have ever been delegated to the URA. And then it appears like this list of projects that you went over in your presentation is about 50%. And then the blue area on the bottom is 14% of all the public funds, as near as I can tell, that have been given to the URA are still on hand. I guess my question is, does anybody have any insight as to whether, because I have tried to do the due diligence here of it, but I just could not find any other document that would depict this 17-year financial history.
The city has copies of the audit for every year that the URA existed. So it's available.
I
I don't
understand
have
that.
it here tonight.
Yeah, I understand that. And you have to understand, we get the packets at, 5 PM on Friday, and then we have the weekend to work on it. Okay, and then Monday and Tuesday. So I did the best I could without kind of interrupting our staff, okay, to show you these numbers. And so I just thought this might, since we had a listing of the projects that were accomplished, I thought it might be useful to kind of look at just the use of funds. Then the other thing, and if anybody needs copies of larger versions of the spreadsheet that's in the packet, I can hand them out as well. But there's a black and white version of it that's in the packet. And if you look really carefully at this, I guess what I want to point out is what's been happening here since December 2020 is the focus of the URA from a budget standpoint went from funding about $500,000 in public projects, or as I termed it, public works projects, or streetscape enhancement is in the December 2022 proposed budget. And then taking your numbers, Jim, from the kind of short version of your finances that are on page 13 and page 14 here, there's been sort of a shift here. And I just want to verify in terms of what's going on here that it appears like the URA board has made a decision to shift its focus from doing kind of so-called public works projects, or streetscape enhancements, and then has put essentially $510,000 or $500,000 on redevelopment grants. And I was wondering if somebody could tell me what the plans were for that $500,000 worth of redevelopment grants.
We'd be happy to talk about that. So I think, but I don't know for sure, that your characterization of the financial history of the URA is a fairly accurate one. Counselor Shada, from what I understand of the
These
history.
seats here. Yes,
These,
thank you.
yeah, that analysis. I think it's fairly accurate because my understanding of the history of the URA is that, and you can see it right here, until the marijuana tax was approved, was implemented in Manitou Springs, which happened in 2014, the URA really didn't have any money. We had a little bit of money to have a part-time executive director and manage the affairs of the organization mildly, offer a few small grants, try to organize activities along the boulevard, do the land use plan that was done in 2012, as I recall, and a few other things like that. But until 2014, the URA really hadn't generated any tax increment at all. The implementation of the marijuana stores, the opening of the marijuana stores changed the revenue picture significantly. And because there still wasn't redevelopment along the avenue, beyond the marijuana stores, the board made strategic decisions to invest the funds that it had in public works projects because there was significant need for new public infrastructure, including all the things that Jim just talked about, the West Side Avenue project, and related items. So the focus for the URA has been on completing capital projects. However, it has always been a central part of the mission of the URA to spur redevelopment along the avenue. And it wasn't until the economy really picked up that we even had interest from property owners in redevelopment. So once Jim came on board and started to talk to property owners very specifically, and we generated some interest in actual redevelopment, then that was something we could pursue, which is why we now have a budget that reflects a shift in the balance, right? Where we've spent more of our funds on redevelopment projects and will continue to do so. Because most of the capital needs that we have within the URA have been met. The projects that are remaining are large, all community projects like the Highway 24 interchange. And we still have a redevelopment mission that is unique to our authority. And the board has overwhelmingly said, this is the way we will spend our remaining funds. So that $500,000, some of it is pledged. There's still some remaining parts of the Paragon redevelopment, some remaining obligations we have to them. There is the property tax payment rebate that we need to make to the Holiday Inn Express. And that probably accounts for a little more than half of those funds in the current fiscal year. And then the rest of the money we have set aside as we engage property owners to talk to them about what they'd like to see happening with their property. If they've got ideas for redevelopment projects that meet the parameters of the funding we can offer, we'll entertain those. Is there anything you'd like to add?
So I just
Yeah.
want to clarify a few things. On the sheet I handed out in terms of, shall we say, the 17-year UR financial overview. And I failed to kind of put some footnotes and asterisks, but I'll do so here verbally, just for everybody else who has the sheet. You're kind of scrolling down the second table. In 2018, there was no funding that was sent by the city to the URA. And I believe that was due to kind of the so-called COG crisis, right?
That's correct.
All right. And then the reason for the zero in 2020 was COVID.
That's correct.
All right. And then I believe that essentially in 2021, there was some kind of makeup, right? From
About half of the 2020 funds were returned to the URA in 2021.
right,
That's why that
exactly.
number is so large.
Right. So that's why 2021 is so large. 2022 is last year. A lot of us know what kind of transpired last year. And then currently kind of the reality of the most recent kind of URA budget is for zero to occur in 2023. So I just wanted to, and I appreciate you pointing out that 420 arrived in 2024. So that as you read that second table, I'm sorry.
2014.
2014. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I misspoke. So those are kind of the footnotes that I should have put there. So going back up to this 17-year kind of picture at the top, okay, I do want to underscore that given the way the URA was formed, okay, and the relationship with the city, that I'm not certain of exactly the financial arrangements in terms of why the property tax was directly remitted to the URA, which I don't need an answer on that. But we do know the story between the $7.6 million, which is sales tax that was calculated in many cases, okay, depending upon this so-called tax increment, right? But that did not occur in every single year, right? Okay, so, so that's why you can't really go back and take that 7.6 million and look at, shall we say, even by a little bit of a financial sector that was down in the URA area and calculate kind of the sales tax that went back. In other words, that would show a little more uniform distribution of funds instead of this rather kind of, jagged kind of funding profile in here. So, is it essentially I guess I wanted to confirm that essentially the board has recently kind of decided to focus on the redevelopment grants. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And John Maynard is up here to talk to you about what that means for us. That's part of the presentation that he wanted to give to provide a kind of a picture of how we see redevelopment along the avenue looking today and into the future. So
Well, then I'll defer to John then.
there we go.
Okay, there you have an entree.
Thank you.
Okay.
You are correct, council member, in stating that the focus of the URA is shifting. And one thing that we have discussed is what happens to some of the funding that we provide when we're no longer, when our balance is zero, which we anticipate it will be at the end of the 25 years of the project. How will the snow removal be handled? How will the Christmas lighting be handled? General maintenance along the avenue. So as a result of those discussions, we have budgeted $10,000 for participation in the DDA study, which is end to end in Manitou Springs, and hopefully we'll come up with a solution, not just for the URA, but for citywide in terms of how does maintenance proceed in years that are following. The second thing that we are looking at, of course, is how do we encourage redevelopment and actually use of some vacant properties and structures within the district. To that end, we have asked Jim to contact property owners to ask them how we might help them if they can think of things that we might do that would help them be more successful as business people. And of course, that goes to the bottom line of the city in the long term. If you look, if you drive along the avenue entering Manitou Springs from the east, the first two things you see are a beautiful plaza on the right and a derelict motel with a broken sign on the left. The Santa Fe sign is only functional if you're driving out of town rather than into town. Should that property owner want to improve their property by renovating that sign, we would entertain that. If you go farther along the avenue, you get to the Martin property, currently vacant, no tax revenue coming from that. That property would be significantly enhanced in terms of functionality if the pedestrian bridge were in place, which is right adjacent to it. That's a project that we would like to fund. And we're working on getting easements in order to get the engineering in place to see what a budget for that project might entail. Go further along the avenue and you come to Moe's, signs practically falling down. I think Moe's has benefited from the Holiday Inn. Heard that the Holiday Inn's free breakfast is certainly not as good as what you can get at Moe's, and hopefully they also go there for their Reuben sandwiches, which are my favorite, by the way. Farther along toward the west end of the avenue, you come to the old car wash property currently used as parking and the Dillon Motel. If you were to walk that with me, I would show you or give you some ideas of how that could be redeveloped. Those two properties combined are the best opportunity for redevelopment in the urban renewal area. we would entertain some sort of development grant if there was the appropriate proposal for any one of the properties projects that I've mentioned. And certainly other property owners may have ideas of ways that we could help them be more successful from a business standpoint. If we increase their sales, we increase city tax revenues. And so that's our focus going forward.
Okay. Do you have more that you wanted to present or?
I think I just want to talk about another couple of things. Because we have this 8 years left of the Urban Renewal Authority. In addition to talking about how the focus might change from pursuing bigger projects or bigger redevelopment efforts along the boulevard, which we could take if the tax increment financing return were 15 years, but it's a little less viable when it's 8 years or less. One of the things that we've looked at is the potential of expanding the URA boundaries, or having additional urban renewal districts within the city of Manitou Springs boundaries, which is something that could be done. And we have had property owners approach us in past years with that request, but none of them have ever been viable. And so it's our expectation that the examining the idea of creating a downtown development authority, even though it really would go end to end in Manitou, which doesn't feel downtown to me. This feels like downtown to me, but okay. The putting the definition of the word downtown aside, if we consider the whole commercial area of Manitou for a downtown development authority, we think that is a more viable way at looking at economic development in the future for Manitou Springs than extending either the life of this urban renewal authority or creating additional urban renewal districts in Manitou Springs proper. And the reason for that is that the state law changed significantly in 2017, and it is an unwieldy process to have an urban renewal authority under those new statutes. So one of the reasons why we wanted to participate in the Downtown Development Authority consulting project was to have an outside expert come and talk to all of us about whether or not the Urban Renewal Authority statute is the right tool to be using in Manitou in the future once this authority lapses. It's our belief that it may not be, that a downtown development authority may fit Manitou's needs better into the future. And the way other communities have done this, the two entities work together until the Urban Renewal Authority lapses. So we've got some good examples about how that can work. So that's one thing I'll mention. And the second thing I'll say is that we have been really firm on this issue of redevelopment. It has been the focus that we've wanted to have, is to use the tax increment financing process in order to spur redevelopment along the avenue. If there are significant projects that come our way as we're talking to property owners, we would like to focus the funds that we have in that way. And so that is our focus as a board and will remain our focus for the future.
Okay, thank you. Anything else at the moment?
Nope.
Okay, council, I think this is a good time for questions and comments. Judith, I think you had your hand up first.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And also thank you for the board members who are sitting in the audience. Could you please articulate to me, you mentioned an accounting error. Could you explain in detail how that occurred, when it occurred, how you discovered it, and how that is affecting your current bottom line that you presented to us? That's
Sure.
my first question. I have two. That's number one. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, let's take one at a time because I won't remember the second one. So anyway, it gets a little into the weeds here, but bear with me. In 2021, basically at the very end of the year, the way our worksheet operates, that we try to plan for 2022 budget, it basically sets up to take the year-end balance and project it into the next year's budget. Some reason, and I can't tell you why, in 2021, that didn't happen correctly into 2022. So when the budget was being prepared, we of course, didn't have the final numbers yet. We don't get those until January, February. The estimate was way lower than really what it actually ended up being. So basically, it went from an estimated $2.454 million to actually $2.795 million. So that's a difference of $340,000. So that was the main thing. Then the other part that why the budget increased from the, as you looked at the 2023 budget, it said 363,000 was our budget, but there was an additional $199,000 carried over because of some savings in different operating things like salaries. But also we had planned to have two additional payments for the demolition of the LaFawn. And we thought those were going to occur in 2022, but they didn't actually happen until 2023, which is why you see this 510,000 number here. It's 170,000 more. So if you add that all up together, you have a $674,000 difference, and that's where it comes from.
Thank you for articulating that. My second question is in particular on the Fountain Creek Bridge property. I'm real curious about that. It's my understanding, and correct me if I am not right, that that piece of property along Fountain Creek was also owned by the male owner of the property, the house and the garage. I don't know if that was one whole property or if that was two separate properties. I know it's my understanding the husband and wife owned the house together and then he owned the property separately. And there were some issues. I still see a for sale sign out there. I was curious what about that property is happening and how does that play into the future of the proposed bridge?
I'll try to answer that. And I'm going to give you some information that is quasi confidential, I guess. But the situation is that the easement where the bridge and access from Manitou Avenue to the creek path would occur splits a property line, two property lines. There's a property owner on the east and one on the west. The one on the Martin property side, they are not willing to provide the easement for continuing work until the property is sold. They want their purchaser to be able to negotiate whatever that might be. And that's pretty common in real estate transactions. So that's held us up in terms of doing planning. So there is a split there. And if you walk the property, you'll notice that there's a storm sewer that goes underneath the ground there. And that's where the path would be, the easement would be. And there's a concrete abutment that I think could probably be used for the bridge construction, but an engineer would figure that out. I think your question are there two pieces of property or one, because the quote unquote Barton property includes the old garage, the white building, and it also includes the vacant land that's on the north side of Fountain Creek. I don't know if that's in one parcel or two parcels, but it's in one ownership. The Martins own it. Debbie and I have met with one prospective purchaser of that property because that individual and his wife were interested in putting a business in that property, actually living on the property and making some utilization of the property on the other side of the creek, which would be facilitated by the pedestrian bridge. We were quite frank with him that We don't have the ability at this point to guarantee that he would have tax increment financing to help him with his finances. He would have essentially sold his house, which is paid for, put that all into the property and probably still have to get a loan. So this is not a highly capitalized individual, as most businesses are not in Manitou Springs, other than the 2 marijuana shops and perhaps a couple others. Any rate, the risk was too great for him, I believe. I actually walked the whole avenue with him and we talked about every property on the avenue as a potential for his business. And I haven't heard from him since, although I said, as you know, I've been a planner before and I basically volunteered to help him. But he hasn't called back in about a month. So I understand there's another user potentially, and the bridge would also suit that particular need if it comes to pass.
Thank you.
Council, other questions from council? John, go ahead.
I believe you said there was $170,000 that was yet to be remitted. Is that correct? And that is accounted for in your spreadsheet in the 510,000?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then I was reviewing some of your meetings, and it seemed like to me there was a comment made either in February or in March of, I'm sorry, pardon me. There was a comment made, I believe, in your February or your March meeting in which there were maybe some outstanding checks of about $58,000. Does that seem right?
Yes.
Okay. And where would those fall, okay, on this spreadsheet? Or are those things that are unaccounted for in these line items?
In the spreadsheet, in terms of our budget,
Right.
I believe they were all part of the redevelopment grant line items.
Okay. So that 58,000 also
Yes.
should be nested in that
Yes.
510.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, not a question, but a comment. I find to have eyes on the area to be very helpful. I've gone around a couple times with both Alan and John to spend about an hour down there. It's a very short distance to walk, but you get a very good feeling. So I'd like to propose that City Council do a walkabout, a field trip through the URA to see what's going on down there and what the potential is, and just hear in greater detail what's happening and what could happen.
Thank you. I was intrigued to hear your comments about the idea of expanding the URA. And the thought has occurred to me, I think it did to others as well. What it'd be like if the URA were stretched from its present boundaries to include basically all of what we call the commercial zone in Manitou, essentially Manitou Avenue, either side of that. And as you, and John, I can appreciate as you walk up the street, you see things that, you know, either these are victory stories, things got fixed, or you want to still get them fixed. But if the farther you walk into Manitou, I mean, there's still a litany of things that are bad. And you can almost look at the street that sometimes seems innocent. And I worry about the infrastructure under the street as well as the street. And you can look at the sidewalks that you have to walk on clear to the west end of town. And you see businesses that could, you know, if the city was in the business of partnering with the private sector, you know, there are places there that might use help. So to me, that seems like an idea worth considering. The idea of keeping the URA just where it's at, it kind of disturbs me because I think there's, two golden apples fell in that part of town and it's benefited greatly. So, I'd be more interested in spreading out the wealth. I mean, and I realize this isn't simple. Jeff Parker has warned us about the dangers of getting into the more, cumbersome, the later, the current code. I mean, we're grandfathered. So, I worry about that a little bit, but it seems to me like the opportunities might be maybe more judiciously distributed among the city if we did that. So,
That's an excellent comment, Mayor. And I think what has tempered that for us is knowing that the minute we make a material change to the current boundaries of the Urban Renewal Authority, our TIF clock starts anew, which means whatever the current revenues are of the marijuana businesses in town, that becomes the new TIF floor for us. And then additional new increment can be added. So the windfall basically evaporates the minute we make a change to the Urban Renewal Authority boundaries. If we were to add a new Urban Renewal Authority, a new district, not an authority, we are the authority, but we can have different districts within Manitou Springs, all under the umbrella of the authority. If we added a new district, it would have a brand new TIF clock as well. So the marijuana revenues that that are being generated now as part of the tax increment are unique to this district in this time and would not extend.
okay.
I make-
Debbie, if you want to go ahead and finish, and then John, you can take it on. Debbie, did you get finished? Okay, John, you got it.
Just a quick comment. When interested parties have come to us to see if we were interested in an urban renewal district, we've said that in general, we would entertain it, but we've asked Jim to look at the finances, and in general, the two that I'm familiar with that have come would be residential projects. They don't generate sales tax. And there's an upfront cost to do a blight study that's in the $30,000 to $50,000 range, which we would not fund. We ask that the property owner fund that. So there's a disincentive there financially on the front end. But it has to make sense from a sales tax benefit, and the two projects that I'm familiar with didn't have that benefit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you walk basically from Soda Springs Park west, and you see some lots that are underutilized, underperforming, and now that we've got the street fixed, it seems like, it's, something good could happen down there. I mean, some redevelopment that might be useful, and we could sort of guide what we'd like to have down there, something to be acceptable for the community. Other council questions, comments? Okay, well, we had on our original budget in the season we went through, this was February 11th, we had we talked about dedicating $290,000 towards URA projects, $250,000 for the Highway 24 interchange project, $35,000 for the Christmas tree lighting, and $5,000 for the street trees. And then, of course, we were operating under the assumption that you had somewhere in the neighborhood of $350,000 to $400,000. We found out it was a little over $1 million. I think we balked and held off. So, and this is a work session, so we're not going to make a binding decision tonight. But that was part of our intent in having you here. I think it's important for us to have some dialogue here as far as figuring out what the future, what your thoughts would be, and then our thoughts, because our jurisdiction is the whole city, all 3 square miles of it. Council, anybody, what's your pleasure? We can move on if there's no further questions. Guess not. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is fire mitigation efforts. We're going to hear from Fire Chief John Forsett, and he brought his team. I guess that reminds us that firefighting is a team activity. And then we've got 2 other fire related things. So Chief, this is your time.
So hopefully this evening is kind of a reminder that we don't do things in a silo at the fire department. or in emergency service just in general. Tonight, for all of our discussions, I have a team of folks to make sure that we try to provide you with all the information that you need. This particular one we're talking about,
Chief, if I could ask you, let's go ahead and let your compadres introduce themselves if
I
you
was going to
would.
do that.
Okay, that's
if-
fine.
if
Cool.
It's okay.
That sounds fine. Yeah.
Okay, sure. It's kind of timely tonight. We all saw the smoke coming off of Rampart Range today. I just got a bunch of pictures from our folks. We have 4 of our folks up there with our brush truck meeting with folks and both CSFD and CSU have folks up there as well. So kind of a timely conversation. Joining me tonight up here is Lieutenant Michael Willie. Michael's going to talk about some of our reservoir plans and partnerships that we're starting to build up there and how we can move forward at the reservoir, which is one of my primary concerns. Far left is Jeremy Taylor. He's the Forest Program Manager with Colorado Springs Utilities. And he'll discuss the significant amount of mitigation efforts that CSU alone is doing, but also all the efforts that they're doing in conjunction with Colorado Springs Fire Department. And this is Ashley Whitworth, who is the Wildfire Mitigation Program Administrator over at Colorado Springs Fire Department. And she guides the wildfire. Can I say that? Can I honestly say that? Are you managing the wildfire mitigation advisory committee for the city of Colorado Springs? If you guys remember, they had a ballot issue in 2021, 2D, where they were allowed to keep some revenues, Tabor revenues of $20 million to spend over time. And they formed a advisory committee that helps guide the fire department. That was put together by Mayor Southers, and she's pretty much the lead in that program. So as we go through this evening, I'm going to talk a little bit about the efforts that we're doing here in Manitou Springs. And then I'm going to let Michael talk about the reservoir since he's been really pushing that effort and leading that effort. And then, of course, I want to let both Jeremy and Ashley tell you what's going on around the region. If for nothing else, this is very good situational awareness for you folks to know what's going on out there. And not only that, but try to understand the amount of partnerships that are necessary for this type of work to get done. These folks aren't working in a silo by any means at all. And we need to also learn that and become good neighbors with them, as well as the U.S. Forest Service and a lot of other folks. So I also wanted to say thank you to Ashley with all of you. I don't know if you heard this or not, but the City of Colorado Springs Fire Department, their mitigation group donated us a new chipper, a used chipper, but it's been taken care of very well and very well maintained. So now we have 2 chippers, 2 solid chippers, and I appreciate their donations. Thank you. First, I want to talk about the mitigation efforts that we do here locally and what we've done locally. The most important thing that we do, honestly, within the community is education. The importance of education can't be overstated by any means at all. A lot of folks live here for certain reasons, and those reasons are that they can do pretty much what they want on their properties with little codifications as far as mitigation efforts and those kinds of things go. And people want their trees in their environment and everything else. So best thing for us to do is educate them on how to be aware that fire is going to happen and how can they be more resilient in those fire circumstances that do happen. Some, as you've seen, like the campfire back in Paradise, those are events that there's just not a lot that mitigation is going to do to control those events. So we need to learn to live with fire a lot, especially here in Manitou. As it pertains then to education, the fire department continues to maintain our website. The website is the Wildfire Mitigation and Site Assessment website. Hopefully you've all seen it and been still familiar with it. I know I talk about it whenever I can, even at the fruitcake toss. But anyway, that's a good place for folks to go and be educated about wildfire and our community and the vegetation in our community and things that they can do as just homeowners with their own properties to reduce their risks. All of our firefighters under Lieutenant Willie's guidance at the time went around to all of the parcels throughout Manitou and gave them a risk rating to determine what it looks like based upon some different factors, whether that be building materials or fuels on their property, slope, even addressing, those kinds of things. And by scoring their properties, homeowners can go in and buy parcels, see how their properties were scored, and then they're able to take action to try to reduce their risks. It's a program I'm pretty proud of because we're one of very, very few who have done a 100% parcel risk assessment in our community. And it's been shared with the Forest Service so that they can include it in their community plans as far as risk overall for the general region. So it's something that we've really used as a really good tool. It's just hard to get that message out there all the time so folks can take advantage of that. Part of taking advantage of that is we do one-on-ones with the community at their request. Anybody can call the fire department and schedule a one-on-one meeting with us, and we'll come to their properties and tell them what their options are to better mitigate their properties and reduce their risks. And we do quite a few of those actually, right? Yeah. That one's probably one of the best programs that we have as far as getting out there and reaching the community. Just kind of moving through. I have a long, long night with you folks. Okay. A lot of the other things that have happened, we had Colorado Springs Fire Department come over there. Their community education group came over and they presented Living with Fire, their town hall series. And that was tailored towards Manitou Springs. I don't know if anybody came to that of you folks, but it was a tremendous effort on their part, and they provided a lot of information and knowledge for us to help folks prepare their homes for wildfire and to create action plans for if a wildfire happens, as well as knowing when and how to evacuate, those kinds of things. So that was a really good partnership with them. Some of the other stuff that we've looked at, recently you approved the hazard mitigation plans, and in those plans, you'll note that there was quite a few wildfire specific items that we could work towards getting in the mitigation plan. And some of those included the reservoir, Engelman's Canyon, which Jeremy's going to talk about, Ruxton Canyon a little bit. It also talked about codifying items such as redevelopment and development of properties, where we use inorganic materials up against homes and fuel separations with vegetation around new developments. And we also consider things such as slope, driveway, access, egress points, those kinds of things. Biggest thing that's significant about those plans, as I look at those plans in the hazard mitigation, is they are very intensive, the ones that are in there, especially Ruxton Canyon, with forming partnerships and cooperation. In Ruxton Canyon, we have the OPMR, we have CSU, we have the U.S. Forest Service. So there's a lot of partnerships that have to happen there just to get in the planning process before we can even look at going to funding. We also did the mitigation in Deer Valley Park. That I don't know if you guys were aware of that, but a group from the group's called TAVA. They're a wildland firefighting module with the Division of Fire Prevention and Control for the state of Colorado. And during their downtimes, when they're not out fighting fire, they came over and provided a community service for us and went all through Deer Valley Park, created fuel separation amongst all of the oak brush in there, trimmed up the oak brush, and then we along with Public Works hauled out all of that extra fuel that was in that park. So that created a much better environment there. We've done, thank goodness for Public Works, I applaud them, the neighborhood chipping program. And we all know that was born out of some significant wind events that we had. Because of those wind events, there was just so much limbs, brush of all types that were blown down, that the only way to get that was we had piles that we couldn't even chip through in any timely manner up at Public Works. So as they went around, they actually developed that new program, and it's scheduled again for this year. I look forward to that. The fire department continues to do its chipper days. Our first chipper day for this season is April 22nd. So this upcoming weekend. And Then in 2024, next year, we will be reviewing and renewing our community wildfire protection plan. That's a plan that looks out 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. And hopefully we'll try to bring in a little bit more of the reservoir into that plan. Currently, that's under the Cascade Fire Protection District, but since it's our largest interest in my belief, I really want to roll that into our plan so that we can take care of the reservoir. So speaking of the reservoir, I'll turn it over to Michael to speak about what's going on up there.
So this past year, we've done 15 acres of mitigation from a grant we did with CUSP.
Mike, can you get the microphone
Oh,
about?
I'm sorry.
You want to be about 3 inches from the
Okay.
microphone. Thanks.
Yep. So we've done 15 acres of a 65 acre original plan for mitigation at the reservoir with CUSP, which is Coalition of the Upper South Platte. That was finished in 2022. And then we want to finish phase 2 and 3 in 2020, this year, 2023. And that'd be on the south side of the reservoir, on that hillside. The first portion was on the south side of the reservoir, the inlet area. Also, we developed a plan around the caretaker cabin. We looked at, Jeremy and I and CUSP and Forest Service, Colorado State Forest Service went and looked at that. And they were good with it, but we decided to do the south side of the reservoir. That was more pertinent than the cabin, but that's still in the works to happen. Also in the last month, I've met with Ryan Harlow from the U.S. Forest Service about doing more mitigation on the north and south French Creek drainages around the reservoir. Sadly, it's a long process with the Forest Service, but we're getting that going at this time. So that's what I have to give.
One of the biggest points about the reservoir, the work that's being done, you folks approved the matching dollars for that grant with CUSP to get that work done. And that work, why that was so easy for us is those 65 acres are city-owned property. So that was something that we could just step into with a little guidance from CUSP and the Forest Service and get right to work on that. That's a very small portion of the land around the reservoir. Everything else is Forest Service land. So maybe Jeremy can tell us how he gets it done because he does a really good job at that. And like Michael said, one of our biggest concerns, we are a sole water source out of that reservoir. Anything else is going to cost us a ton of money if that resource goes away. So to protect that, that's why I consider that our number one priority. But we have to not only look at what the reservoir, we have to look at how that water is transported to us. And one of the most vulnerable paths coming to the city of Manitou Springs is that north and south French Creek watershed that drains down through Hurricane Gulch down to our French Creek diversion dam. And then from there, it's piped to the treatment plant. That's very, very dense forest. It's very, very old forest. And a lot of it's beetle kill. All of that will either become debris or erosion in some way if we have a fire travel through there. And that's going to be really hard to mitigate that just to maintain our water source, even though the reservoir may be in perfect condition. So I'd like to go ahead and let Jeremy or Ashley, whichever would like to go first, go ahead. And this, they have their presentation.
No, thanks for the introduction, Chief. Again, Jeremy Taylor. I'm the Watershed Forester, Forest Program Manager for Colorado Springs Utilities. So today, just wanted to talk through a couple of different slides. Ashley and I are in a tag team this, even though the presentation is obviously formatted for Colorado Springs Utilities. If we can go ahead and next slide, please. So just real quick, wanted to fly through what we're going to discuss. First and foremost, wanted to give Ashley the opportunity to talk through the TABOR funding, the Colorado Springs Fire Department and what they're implementing with their TABOR funds. And then we can talk a little bit more in depth per Chief's request about the Good Neighbor Authority and the Ruxton Canyon. And so I have a handful of maps that I will pass out to folks as Ashley gives her presentation. So with that, next slide, please, and I'll hand it off to Ashley.
Oh, you can do the next slide. Perfect. So I just wanted to first say thank you to the mayor and council members for having me here tonight. Also, thank you, Chief Forsett, for inviting me. I just wanted to give a little overview of what Colorado Springs Fire Department is doing for mitigation in the city, and then also focusing on the areas that are directly around Manitou and that would affect Manitou if there was a fire. So Jeremy will talk a little bit about this more, but we are going to match about $25,000 to the Ruxton Canyon project that's going to be occurring. So I'll let him talk about that. And then we also received a furworm grant, or a forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation grant. And that's going to be for about 200 acres. We're going to mitigate in the Cedar Heights area. So that's going to cover Cedar Heights, the Glen Erie Navigators area, and city forestry property. And we were just awarded that grant. And so we're working through the process right now. But that total award is $630,000. Our local share here is going to be about $315,000, with some matching commitment from Glen Erie and Cedar Heights. And then obviously we will match and a hard dollar match and a soft dollar match for our time to get the project laid out and manage that project. If you want to see where that project's at on, it's actually going to fall on the Tabor project prioritization map. So kind of right in the middle, it says Cedar Heights, Glen Erie Navigators, if you guys see that. So these are just pre-planned polygons right now. These are not set in stone. So once we get the project going, we actually go out there, walk the project, see what's feasible, then we will update all of these polygons. But do I have any questions about this project specifically right now?
Thank you. Under the Cedar Heights box, you've got Black Canyon. Is that because, if memory serves me, Black Canyon is in Colorado Springs, but is owned by Manitou? Do I have that correct?
So I think there is a portion of it that is owned by Manitou. And then farther up by like the quarry area is where city forestry, city parks just acquired a piece of land there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
I'll just explain it a little bit more to you. If you're right at the base of Black Canyon Road, we acquired that portion from there up on the left side of Black Canyon Road, probably maybe 3/4 of a mile, and then it goes into Cedar Heights property from there up. And then the new parks folks, the Parks Division that took that over at the quarry then starts from there up. And that was where they were planning that entry into the trailhead in the Waldo Canyon.
Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mayor.
Continue, yep.
Next slide, please. So this is I just wanted to do a little recap of the Tabor funding that Chief Forsett talked about. So you guys obviously have this map in front of you. So in 2022, we started the Fishers Canyon project, which is down right by NORAD in our Broadmoor Bluffs area. You guys have an additional map that shows the project area and that. We are just wrapping up that project right now. So that was 89 acres, and that was a mitigation and a logging operation. So the first time the city of Colorado Springs actually hauled logs off site for a project. So that was completed, finishing that up, and then projected for this year, you will see on the Tabor map as well, some areas that the Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee has discussed, where we think these are areas where we need to do mitigation work. Again, these are not set in stone right now. We will be voting on these areas of where to go to work at our next meeting in May. And then if we need to adjust those, we will adjust those. And then additionally, just with our program is we are always trying to find grant funding to offset these projects. Obviously, these projects cost a lot of money. And so anything that we can do to partner with Manitou and get some project work done, and things like that, we're always happy to do that. I don't know if there's any questions about any of the Tabor funding or where we're going to go to work, or any questions in general. I'm happy to answer.
Council, any questions for Ashley? I guess not. We thank you, Ashley. So we can go
Pass
ahead
it
with
to
Jeremy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to speak to the Good Neighbor Authority, also referred to as the GNA. That is a formal agreement with the U.S. Forest Service and the State Forest Service, actually, that we have a third-party agreement with the State Forest Service. So it's kind of a three-way split, if you will, on how we share priorities, and we look at risk between not only ourselves, but our state and federal partners, and hence the maps that I gave you. So pardon my interruption when I did give you all these maps during Ashley's presentation, but I feel like it's relevant, and it's a little bit easier to look at these maps than on the board. Next slide, please. So the Good Neighbor Authority is basically an agreement that we can implement project work with the U.S. Forest Service on U.S. Forest Service lands. Currently, under that Good Neighbor Authority, we have a little over 3,000 acres identified underneath that agreement. We have a target goal with the State Forest Service being the signatory to that agreement to target 1,000 acres. That's our goal of accomplishment. In the map that you see here on the board, and also in front of you with the four different colors, reflects those draft polygons, or those draft areas that we wanted to focus our efforts for that 3,000 acres and those 1,000 acres of completed acreage. So I'm going to speak kind of left to right. And as you look at the map, the two polygons that are green, we call those North Catamount 1, North Catamount 2. Those are currently planned projects that are actually in the contracting phase, waiting to be implemented. They're actually at the State Forest Service level with the Colorado State University, waiting on their contracting processes. And we're hoping to start those two projects. The second one from the left, if you will, the North Catamount 2, that one will start first, and that's going to be adjacent to our North Slope Recreation Area. And then we're going to follow up with that North Catamount 1, just geographically how we get from 2 to 1 to access that property. And real quick, just backing up the blue area, the blue filled in polygons, that's all Colorado Springs Utilities municipally owned watershed lands around North Catamount Reservoir, South Catamount Reservoir, and then most of Crystal Reservoir. So referring back to the polygons, I mentioned the first two. The next one is that kind of bluish color one that actually straddles the Pikes Peak highway off of Pikes Peak, America's Mountain. That project is currently in the planning phases. We're trying to obtain enough funding from grant funding locations and various sources to try to implement as much project work as we can in there. Obviously, a lot of sick and diseased trees, if you've gone up that way, looking at the old campsites that's out there, the old ski slopes, if you're familiar with on the highway. A lot of need in there, and obviously Pikes Peak, America's Mountain, has a lot of interest in there for the view sheds and tourism. And then going down into that red polygon, which we're calling the Lonesome Square because we own that little funny parcel that's landlocked by U.S. Forest Service. That project's actually red because it's actually completed. That was our first project under this Good Neighbor Authority. We completed the two polygons on that kind of northern side. A lot of it on our property, but also on U.S. Forest Service property that was completed at the end of last year. And then we completed some of this long skinny polygon, but we ran out of some of the funding that we had available in our budgets. But we may be circling back and revisiting that long skinny polygon, hopefully this year, if not next. And then the one that I wanted to speak to you folks most about, and Chief Forsett and I have been talking along with Lieutenant Willie as far as this kind of yellow polygon. This incorporates a lot of U.S. Forest Service land, but also some of your land as it gets really close to the acreage that Lieutenant Willie completed with CUSP this year, and also some adjacent areas of concern. This polygon is the one that's kind of the furthest out for us. It's the one that we don't have a lot of funding for as of yet. We haven't done a lot of the survey work. As you can tell, this is a pretty significant land chunk that we're looking at, and we are looking at opportunities to complete that project work. But to be honest, between all of the polygons that we have here, we're getting close to knocking out 1,000 acres if we just implement those two green ones, the blue one, and then with what we've already completed in the yellow or in the red, excuse me, we're going to be close to that 1,000-acre goal. The other piece of this, that Good Neighbor Authority expires in November of 2025. So it is a 5-year agreement to complete all that acreage. So that yellow polygon obviously is one of interest, but we may not have the funding and we may run out of time before we get there. But it is still a focus area, still an area of opportunity and of interest as we work with the State Forest Service to implement this. Chief?
He didn't say it, but I wanted you to note that that yellow polygon right down inside of its bottom right, that's our reservoir. So you can see how significant that chunk of land would be if we could partnership in mitigating that property.
Thank you. That's a really good point.
And obviously, I'm just as much interested in the just lands as we're all neighbors here, and we're all looking at where we can complete forest management project work, and want to help you folks look at any kind of insect and disease problems in various areas of opportunity that we can partner with you. And obviously, for our municipal watershed lands, it's another area of interest since fire really doesn't know any boundaries as we see today. And I do want to make sure that it's worth noting as well, the 2 green polygons, I forgot to mention, those were actually funded through Colorado Springs Utilities funding. And those are also funded through a DNR grant funding, Department of Natural Resources co-swap grant funding, which we received last year. So, which is really exciting to see that grant funding being available. And then that North Catamount 1, which is that furthest left polygon, was actually funded through the Healthy Forests and Vibrant Communities grant funding. So along with Colorado Springs Utilities as cost share. So just like Ashley mentioned, we're always looking to interest and leverage grant funding, but also leveraging partners because it really takes a village to complete this work, especially if we're going to hit some of these goals and protect all of our municipal watershed lands, not only yours, but also ours. And so I just wanted to share kind of what the status is on these projects as we are currently moving through them. Next slide, please, sir. Yes, ma'am, please.
If everything goes to plan, do you have an idea of when you'd be interested in pursuing some kind of a partnership agreement to work on the area around the reservoir, the yellow?
I'm available anytime.
Oh.
I'd be more than happy to discuss it. Chief and I have been discussing it for some time. It is, like I say, the one that we haven't done a lot of the boots on the ground, actually walking some of these polygons to see what's realistic. Some slopes, just there's no way we can get some things done, but we can do work where we can. But that is an area that I would be very much interested in partnering with you folks and seeing what we can accomplish, where we can accomplish, even if it's a small little bit. And I need to incorporate Lieutenant Willie's polygons that he completed in here as well, because it is going to be a little bit on that border around the caretaker house and on the inlet of your all's reservoir. But I'm very much interested.
So is there anything that we can do to facilitate this, or should we wait until you're ready to rock and roll?
I think with the timing, because that 2025 deadline is sneaking up on me, I certainly want to get out in front of this. And I think just partnering with Chief to work with the State Forest Service to enter into an agreement or to just continue discussions and identifying areas of opportunity. And as I can flesh out where these areas of opportunity are and where the State Forest Service thinks we can implement work and where the most appropriate work can be had, I think that will help us define what we need. Ultimately, financially, who can pay for what grants are available, and what availability we have between your resources, our resources, federal and state resources, and those are areas of opportunity.
Well, you mentioned how it takes a very long time to get the federal whatever department it was, the wildlife department or whoever it was, to authorize you to go forward with your proposed projects. But since you're dealing with the state on the reservoir area, is that something that you think reasonably can be done prior to the expiration of this grant cycle?
Great question.
Or
So-
not grant cycle, whatever your contract
The
is.
GNA cycle, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. So actually, these polygons that you saw before you, these are all already approved by the US Forest Service. So basically, they look at all those polygons, they did all the work that they need to. There is some, a few different things that we need to complete, archaeological surveys, those kinds of things that come into play with implementing these projects. But as far as the I'll say the paperwork or the approval needed from the US Forest Service. That's already complete. So they
So
already
what's the
signed
next
off
step?
on these. Just identifying which polygons within these rough shapes we can actually complete. So talking which areas can we actually go to work in and how we can fund it. This work is extremely expensive with the steep grades and the amount of vegetation to come out. So it's just how can we help basically eat the elephant, if you will, on implementing these projects and where can we go to work. So my next step is to walk these properties, walk these sites, identify specific areas that we have for opportunity, and then draft a budget of how much I think that work would cost, no matter what color the money is. And then start looking for people to support the funding, support the project work, and implement the work with the State Forest Service.
I see. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Jeremy, a question.
Can I follow up?
Oops, sorry, Chief, do you want to follow?
I just wanted to follow up a little bit on her discussion. I think it's, I don't know if it's part of my dashboard, but it's certainly part of my plan that has been published to come before council for the 2024 budget. If we can work this out in time, that was the plan. Also, I don't know if you wanted to speak tonight about the possibilities of looking at funding in 24-25 if we're able to combine our current phase 2 and 3 of the 65 acres at the reservoir. If you, it's okay if you don't, but I remember us discussing that. Okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
so I had a question. And this is maybe a little bit out of left field, but Mayor Southers had mentioned to me at one point that City of Colorado Springs was looking at buying essentially a robot that's used to do fire mitigation. He was all excited about it. Cost $2 million, comes from Finland, and he was going to rent it to us for $8,000 a day. You know anything about that?
Yes, sir. That's more relevant to it's a Ponzi equipment. It's a brand name from Finland. It's basically the same equipment that Ashley used on her project there in Broadmoor Bluffs. It's a piece of equipment that grabs a tree, delimbs it, puts the log on its back more or less, and then they can put it on a truck and haul it to a mill. We do and have utilized that project work. In fact, those green polygons, we're going to be utilizing that same tool. So actually, when we start work, I would love for council members and obviously you, Mr. Mayor, to come down and certainly look at that piece of equipment in action. It's very impressive. It's very safe. And it is very, very impressive how much work they can do in a short amount of time, very effectively.
Right. Do you think that'd be suitable for the terrain that, up around our reservoir?
It is a suitable piece of equipment. It's specially designed for steep slopes. There are some nuances with it that I certainly can get into the weeds if we want to another day. But the problem with it is designed to haul material out. It doesn't grind material on the ground. And unfortunately, our trees are not very valuable. In fact, I have a hard time giving our trees away after we log them because they're frankly firewood. And they don't make good lumber. They don't make good straight lumber. And so they're very, very invaluable for trying to get to a mill. That Ponzi equipment is designed to harvest material to get it to a mill. And so in some cases, we're having to pay pretty expensive prices working with that Ponzi equipment just to get it down the road to go somewhere other than our watershed lands. So we'd have to do a little bit of cost benefit analysis and looking at the dead trees that we have up there. A lot of mills aren't taking dead trees right now because of those lumber challenges, but it is a product and a piece of equipment that could do the steep slopes, could do these terrains that we're looking at with some limitations, but it is a very, very impressive piece of equipment.
Great, thanks. Yeah, Mayor Southers said it could cover quite a bit of land in a short amount of time. So at $8,000 a day, that's not cheap, but it works fast. So
Yes,
anyway,
sir.
but you're aware of it, and that's all part of the equation. Okay,
I am
great,
aware.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, if you go, I'm sorry, Nancy.
Is the Good Neighbor Authority renewable?
It is renewable under an extension. Then you can also initiate a new Good Neighbor Authority. So it doesn't have to be that same Good Neighbor Authority. If we hit our 1,000 acres, we can just migrate and find a different area of land with the U.S. Forest Service, obviously in partnership to identify a 2.0, if you will, or a extension on that 2025 under this current Pikes Peak Good Neighbor Authority. So there's options out there. yes,
So we're
ma'am.
not necessarily working under that extreme of a deadline necessarily. Other than we don't want to fire.
Yeah, I'm with you there. We don't want to fire, but the deadline is pretty hard and fast. I don't know the processes as far as getting an extension and what that would take for signatories or approvals. And since I'm not a signatory on that agreement, I don't know the details as that. And this is one of the first GNAs that's ever been completed in the Pikes Peak region. So it's a little bit new to everybody as we work through the processes, but there is an extension process to that GNA as I understand it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Julie.
So I'm just curious, since it's so expensive to haul those dead trees out of there, do you just bring a chipper in with you and just chip on site? Is that what you do?
You can, yes, ma'am. So you can haul or grind the material, if you will, on site, but then you just gotta, as part of the forest management, understand what do we do with
You
now
still
the
have to
pile of
haul it.
chips, right? So like I say, I just can't give firewood away. I can't get it off the site quickly enough. And when we look at a parcel like this, what we're calling that North Fork parcel, which is that yellow polygon on your maps, that's quite a bit of trees, a lot of dead trees that.
So
we gotta
I'm
figure
just
out where to
curious,
go.
so could you use the robot machine thing to grab the tree and throw it in a pile instead of hauling it down the road? And not pay for it to be, transporting up and down the road to bring it somewhere else? I don't know if we could do some kind of a hybrid, don't use it for the whole 9 yards, just use it to pull the trees up. Even that would be awesome. I don't know. I'm not going to try to tell you how to use that machine, but it just was pretty intriguing. But at the same time, I hate the thought of spending $5,000 a day just having it be driving up and down the road,
Yeah, no, great question. It works in tandem with log trucks, hauling that material. So basically it stacks it into a pile and the log trucks pick it up and haul it down the road. But I will say we do get creative in where we can put logs and try to utilize them. Because it's also a post-fire debris flow is another concern of ours. And that's something that Chief and I have discussed several times is not just the green forest and its overall health, but what happens when it burns and the debris and the sediment that flows downhill from our watersheds into our storage reservoirs or municipal storage reservoirs. How much debris, where is that going to go? Can we utilize some of the logs that are on site to basically contour against the landscape to try to catch some of that sediment if it was to burn? So we're having to be creative on all those different landscapes and what we can utilize the log for outside of going to a mill for whatever case it may be. But to answer your question, it's a little bit of everything. We get creative on all different fronts of trying to utilize a product that isn't worth anything. And we have no sawmills close to the Front Range, unfortunately, that want to take this lumber either. So lots of challenges, but it's part of our ecosystem. It's part of where we have our municipal watershed lands, and it's just for us to be stewards of what we need to consider. And as part of fire and living with fire, these are just all the different variables we have to consider. And I truly value the partnership we have with Manitou and looking at this holistic approach and trying to get creative, like I say. And then also, Mr. May, for your reference, that Ponce equipment does about 35 acres a day. So it moves fairly quickly in what we do. So it is very effective. But circling back to the presentation, just wanted to again reiterate the discussion on the North Fork project, that yellow polygon. It is sitting with Colorado State Forest Service. It's on that to-do list. We don't have a lot of details firmed up. And then we do have that acreage goal of 1,000, which we're knocking on that door of hitting that goal and meeting within that time frame. As it sits today, out of all the projects that I have on my to-do list, we're well into 2024, 2025, just with our seasonal abilities to do work due to snow. We're really limited in how quickly we can implement this work. So as we talk about budget and we talk about planning and what can be done when, I'm already tied up into 2024. So as we look at this for partnership and for grant funding, we'll be looking in that 2024, 2025 timeline to even to consider looking at this work for implementation, if we can make it.
Great, thank you. Denise, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just gonna finish up on his thought. If we did look into the 2024, 2025 frame, and this is leading right into your conversation, that we could split those dollars up. I did want to just point out that when we talk about the mitigation that we're doing now on city property, if you look at that bottom finger on the Manitou Reservoir up there, that bottom finger, the 65 acres that we're doing is just to the right shoreline of that. And it's really steep land that goes down into the reservoir there. And because of that steepness and the access to get over to that area, first, we couldn't really haul the logs out of there if we wanted to, because you have to cross some marshland and a couple creeks just to get back to a maintained road on the back of the reservoir. And I also wanted you to know, because of that steepness, and that's why we're hoping we can do this this year. We're looking at about $3,100 an acre. Now, our costs on that are around $1,875 per acre, because that's a shared cost, 60-40 with cost, but it's expensive to pull that and to do the work that they're doing up there. And those efforts are going to be done using a masticator and a lot of handwork just to get the fuels on the ground and then chopped up. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Denise.
Yeah, today I just received an email from Chief Forsett that we could do this project. We have it over the next 2 years. It's really a 3-year project. And it's in the budget for 3 years. It's about $32,000 a year that we're matching. But he stated that we can get the second portion of the project and the third portion all completed this summer. So I sent that to Becca, and we'll be bringing some budget amendments to you. We'll probably be looking at the June amendment, but Becca and John and I will be talking about that. The other thing I did is ask John to really look at fire mitigation for the next several years, the next 5 years, and how much do we need and what does that look like and what type of grants we are. So in the 2024 budget, you'll start seeing a fire mitigation line item will be where there'll be a certain amount for that. And John is just now, or has not just now, but has been working on those partnerships and those long-term plans. As he mentioned, this isn't something you say today, let's do. It's something to say today, let's continue to build the partnerships and really do the planning. And maybe 2 years, 3 years out, you'll be ready to start taking the action, especially because it is so expensive and we've got to look for grants and partnerships as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. That's good information. John, did you have anything else you wanted to say, speak of relative to fire mitigation?
Actually, yes, Jeremy, it's not done.
Great, thanks.
Promise I'm close to being done here. So if we can, next slide, sir. So just switching gears a little bit on you folks, as we look at a little bit more closer to the city of Colorado, of Manitou, excuse me. The Ruxton Canyon, Chief Forsett asked me to speak a little bit about the Ruxton Canyon project work. Next slide, please. As it relates to our municipal watershed lands, this is our south slope proper. And in fact, you have a map of this here in front of you. This is also another area. This is actually all on Colorado Springs Utilities property. This is what we call the south slope watershed area. It's actually just up the hill, up Ruxton drainage, following the COG, if you're familiar with those areas. We currently have a grant funded project out of the Department of Natural Resources, that co-swap funding that we were able to obtain to complete about 400 acres of treatment. These are pretty much draft polygons of what you see here. It's going to be a combination of that Ponzi, that mechanical equipment that we were just discussing, and some handwork with some marshy areas that we have some conifers encroaching on our drainages that we want to remove. And then we have some really significant steep drainages that we cannot get that piece of equipment into. And so we are going to have to do some handwork and just trying to create some lop and scatter work. And that's going to be that area defined in yellow. So that's all going to be handwork with chainsaws and completed in that drainage, basically following that the COG Railway, because we do have water flow off of Lion Creek and Sheep Creek that flows parallel to the COG Railway. Right below that, we also have our diversion. And so trying to protect that diversion and that water that flows into that area. And hence the reason for where that polygon is defined, both the green and the yellow. We do have contributions from Colorado State Forest Service, who's helping us implement the work. They're actually going to be the contract holders. As Ashley mentioned, she committed some grant funding from Colorado Springs Fire Department to support. The COG Railway is in support of the project work, both financially and with their maintenance crews. Department of Natural Resources, they provided that co-swap grant funding for us. And then obviously we have some Colorado Springs utilities dollars from my budget that we're allocating to support this project. This is going to be one of the largest projects we've ever done here. And the reason for this is this Ruxton drainage is of significant concern for us, but also for you folks. Talking about post-fire debris, this is on the upper headwaters, if you will, of the drainage that leads into city of Manitou. And so we are, again, trying to be neighbors and looking at areas of opportunity and where we can really protect the drainage basin that flows downward. And also trying to protect our water infrastructure as it sits in that area. And so this is a project that is slated for end of this year, if not early 2024, for implementation. Currently, all the work has been laid out with the State Forest Service, as I mentioned. We are just waiting for their grants and agreements folks to work out the details with the receiving of that DNR grant funding. But we are hoping to log some material coming out, getting it down the road to a mill, hopefully make some usage of that log, and then we are going to be grinding up and just chipping in place. Because of how remote that site is and geographically how far away a mill is for us to try to sell a product and break even on that cost benefit. So a lot of work is going into this, but I just was asked to share this one because it's of significant value and importance to what we're doing basically above you folks. Yes, ma'am.
Who actually does the work, or who's the employer that pays the employees to do all this?
At the contract level, or who would actually be running the equipment to do the work, or both?
Yeah, like who's going to be out there digging with chainsaws and stuff? Is that the city of Colorado Springs? Who's the
Great question. So,
employees?
no, ma'am. It would actually be a contractor, a forestry or timber contractor, or an arborist that
An
the
independent
State Forest Service would hold that contract. Correct. So they would solicit just through an RFP process, get a contractor that would implement and do the work under the defined scope of work.
And who actually uses that cool machine, the robot thing? Is that the employees of the Colorado Springs, or do you
I
contract? that?
wish.
Yeah,
but
wouldn't that be fun?
it is
I
very,
know.
very neat.
I can see that on your face.
It does have a jump seat. You can ride with the operators as they go through that. But no, it is actually owned by a contractor that is multiple contractors actually own different types of that
Oh.
equipment, but it is a contractor that owns it. Unfortunately, City of Colorado Springs Utilities doesn't own one.
Oh,
It is a
okay.
contractor. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Great questions. Sir.
Okay, yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to present?
Next slide, I believe that concludes it. So I just wanted to share my contact information. Obviously, I think a number of you folks have my information. Just really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And I will continue to work with these fine gentlemen and Ashley Whitworth here as well to implement this work. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great. Council, any questions for these folks? This is, this is, I think, been very helpful, very insightful. Glad to know that you're on it. Maybe we should think about trying to provide a little more support so we can get it done sooner. So good.
I will,
points.
I would like to add what a great partner CSU has been to the city of Manitou Springs. Jeremy in particular, you may or may not know that the fire department runs on a lot of smoke calls up and down UPass. And if you pay any attention to the assessor site, you'll notice that nearly all the property along U Trail is owned by City of Colorado Springs utilities and or parks up on the side of the hill here. So Jeremy gets emails from me quite frankly, frequently, as well as Michael Willie, when we find homeless camps that are causing those smokes. And their responsiveness to cleaning up those homeless camps is by far not succeeded by anyone whatsoever. They do a great job. Jeremy and his folks jump on it right away and move folks out and then clean up the camps to pristine order.
Excellent. We appreciate that. And to the subject that Chief Forrest had just mentioned, the county had to do a cleanup here just west of town, and it took, Denise had called my attention to this back in September, and she'd been struggling with it since July. So it was only about a month ago, I think, that it got taken care of. So going through the normal, the channels, which in this case was it was private property, and then, but it was in the county. It took us the better part of a year to get that resolved. So we appreciate your attentiveness to getting the homeless camps addressed and taken care of. That's provides a measure of relief for us. Let's see, Judith, comment.
Thank you so much for coming. That was a really rich amount of information. Since we have you here, this is a little off topic, but is there any status update on the Rampart fire?
John, could you turn your mic on?
Yep, there I am. I missed my 3 inches. It looks like they're getting a good handle on it. I can't tell you about containment or things like that, but it does look like they have control of it for the time being. You know, high winds, anything could change that. But I will say that from the pictures I've got, which about 50 of them on my phone since I've been in here tonight, that area, Jeremy and I talked about it, is old mitigation work of some type. You can see all the trees have been limbed up and the forest floor is fairly clear of debris. It burned right across the forest floor up there and not up into the trees. It's a very clean burn. So it's an example of how mitigation does work.
Okay, great. Council, if there are no other questions, I propose we take a little break. Oh, before we do that, I see Chief Otto here. Chief, did you want to speak to this at all? Did you have any concerns? Okay, all right, that's what you're mainly here for. Okay, great. No objections. Let's take a break and come back at 5 after 8. Thank you. Okay, great. I guess we can get started again. And our third item tonight, as we continue our fire theme, is community evacuation discussion. So Chief Forsyth.
So I don't know if you know this, but you can see I like to be efficient, knock everything out in one night and hopefully it'll be done.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that. And this is the season for us to be alert to fires and floods. So
That's right.
great, let's do it.
Okay, so I think this was a request of the mayor to speak about evacuations again. I spoke with, I think, everybody here last February about evacuations. So we are going to rehash this in similar manner as we did then. The only difference of last year was we had Jim Reed, who was the director of Pikes Peak Region Office of Emergency Management. Tonight we have Andrew Nottbaum, who is the acting director in Jim's retirement absence. And we also have Scott Stevens, who's the hazmat coordinator with Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management. They'll both speak to some of their parts in what an evacuation would look like here in the city of Manitou and in the region. And of course, Police Chief Bill Otto, who was here last time, and he can speak to any questions you might have regarding the possibilities of police or terrorist type evacuation needs that PD would have. So tonight we'll talk about different needs as far as the types of evacuations, our evacuation zones and their designs. Again, the evacuation maps. You're probably all familiar with the evacuation maps because our evacuation maps have been converted into the neighborhood zones that are used for a lot of things throughout the city now. They work really well. We'll talk about the emergency notification system and some public education stuff. And then, of course, PPROEM's involvement with coordination and resources and other agencies that would be involved with us. So for start, let's just talk about some different types of incidents that we would have in our community that could relate to a need for an evacuation of some kind. Of course, wildfire, a conflagration of some type is huge for us. We could have a hazardous material spill with the highway running through here. There are some dangerous chemicals that travel up and down our highway, especially up into the Cripple Creek area. Terrorist events, MCI incidents. I'll tell you, each year that I've been in this position, we put a lot of planning together for things like the coffin races and things like that to prepare for mass casualty incidents. We have weather events that could happen, such as heavy rains and flash flooding, and not to preclude that or to exclude the possibility that there could be a dam break of some type up above us, both Crystal, Manitou, and North and South Catamount all drain into this drainage over here, come through our city. So those events could happen. There's different types of events we would look at, or different types of evacuations that we would look at. One that people don't think of very often is a shelter in place, where it's an evacuation in our world, but maybe we want folks to stay right where they're at for certain reasons. We always want to look at doing a pre-evacuation if the risks are possible. And then, of course, a full evacuation of some type. And when I say full evacuation, I don't mean that everybody, but maybe a portion of the population needs to be moved for some reason. On its smallest scale, an evacuation can be very limited. From the fire department's perspective, that may be something no more than we have a house on fire with some driving winds. So we're concerned about residents down the block. So we may move some folks. From Chief Otto's perspective, we may have a barricaded individual or a shooter of some type. So he may want to have folks either stay in place and not come outside where they're in danger, or maybe move them out of the area under some type of protections. And it's in the larger scale, of course, we would want to move a large portion of the public for some reason. And obviously, I always bring up that wind-driven fire. That's a major event for us to really push people out and get them out of town. But in a different sense then is the flooding that could happen from high rains that come down Ruxton Canyon and or through the Fountain Creek corridor. where we just want to move people up and away. On that larger end of the scale, our incident commanders are trained to evacuate portions or just the entire city. And we do that based upon the zone map that you're all familiar with, and it's in the emergency operations plan that we'll be reviewing later. And we also have a flood map as well. The thing about those maps, and I'll tell you a little bit about their design, the zone map was developed taking into account some geographic impedances as well as roadway impedances, and keeping neighborhoods together and defining those neighborhoods that can evacuate out of at least one primary means of egress and not cross through another polygon, another zone to get out. The great thing about a zone approach like that is not only can we define entire neighborhoods to evacuate or be on pre-evacuation, but we can also do that in a sequential mode if need be, moving the highest risk folks out first and then sequentially moving folks in neighboring neighborhoods out. Of course, if it's that big event like you saw from the campfire in Paradise, it's everybody's going out. So what we do is putting all of that knowledge together with the maps, types of events. And I think it's really important that I share with you. A lot of folks think that you can plan an evacuation in the weeds, and it's just not possible. And the reason it's not possible is because these events are dynamic events. It doesn't matter whether you talk about a hazardous material spill that happens on the highway or even in the downtown area. Maybe it's up at the Cog Railway, those kinds of things. We can never determine that location that an event's going to occur. And especially with wildfire, we can't always know its start and where it's going to go. We don't know the weather conditions or the topography, all those circumstances that are available to create the circumstances for that event, that incident. So because of that, our plans are somewhat dynamic, meaning they're done by zones and they're done by incident commanders who are knowledgeable in fire behavior or flood possibilities and assessing risk versus benefit and those kinds of things. So we keep it dynamic. It would be wonderful if we could always say, every time you leave your home, you go from here to there, and this is where you're ultimately going to go. That would be wonderful if we could do that, but it's just not possible with these types of events. The closest we can come is when we look at some of the flooding possibilities downtown. That one's really easy, and I'll tell it to you just like I did last time, up and away. That's what we do. Back to the maps. We have two maps. We have a flood zone map and we have the evacuation maps. I've just learned recently that I can take those two maps now and overlay them. And it's a really wonderful thing that we can do that, because now we can operate from one map with shared polygons that overlap, creating not only the typical evacuation zone map that we have, but also include the flood map within that. And maybe Andrew will talk about that a little bit later, or if you have anything to say about that now. There's also not abilities, but we're actually going to be moving into using Zone Haven in the near future. El Paso County has opted in to work with Zone Haven to create zones, and we'll be part of that process. I think it's going to be a really good tool for keeping the public informed based on them knowing what their zone is. And also, I think it's a good re-entry type tool for folks to stay informed. But at the same time, they can know when meetings are. So if somebody's pushed out of their neighborhood because of a wildland fire, they know their zone that they live in. These messages can be put out by zone in a subscription service. So they know, hey, we're going to have a community meeting down at City Hall or at the fire station or whatever. So they can stay informed. So how would an evacuation work in our case? We would take some of these tools that I talked about and the type of incidents that have occurred. And right off the get-go, as I said, our incident commanders are going to be developing risk benefit analysis and seeing what needs to be done and what the possibilities are. So once they determine that an evacuation needs to occur, they're going to determine what area needs to be evacuated. So we can start looking at small areas. like I said, maybe it's just a couple of homes in a neighborhood. We'll just knock on doors and do things like that. But maybe we'll do it by 100 block. We'll do it by a geographic area. We could do it by one of those evacuation zones that I talked about. And of course, we can do it citywide. And then we have to talk about what kind of orders they're going to put out. Whether it's that shelter in place order or a pre-evacuation order or an evacuation order. And then minimally, so long as the event allows and time allows, and we're not looking at that paradise event, we're going to try to assemble a team that's made up of law enforcement, of our PIO, of our public works folks, and then of course the fire and that the incident manager. And that team needs to develop what their roles are in that evacuation. Obviously, PD is responsible for the law enforcement portion of that in some direction to the community. Public works can be involved to help direct traffic and put up barricades, things like that. And then, of course, we couldn't do this without Alex and his PIO efforts to get that message out there and let everybody know something's going on, it's big, and you need to move. So that's the beginning of that evacuation. Another part of that, the incident commander is going to notify these folks at PPR-OEM. And those folks are going to look at identifying the number of people maybe that we're pushing out of town. We got to remember, every time we push folks out of our town, they have to go somewhere. Even if it's just a portion of town, they have to go somewhere. We got really good during the floods after the Waldo fire of pushing people out of the downtown area and bringing them into our schools or into the church up at the on Pawnee at the Community Congregational Church. And we've had free plans for Red Cross to meet those folks at those places. So even if it's a small area, they're being pushed somewhere and we have to take care of those folks. So these folks are really good at doing that. They'll deal with that assembly point stuff, arranging for shelters and places for animals to go and things like that. And then, of course, they're going to work with our buddy Alex to deal with communicating to the public and the media. Let's see. Now, after all that's happened, we still have to talk. We have to get that message out. So we're going to look at the emergency notification systems and how we can get that message out. And as I spoke before, our community uses a service provided by E911. It's an Everbridge system is the vendor, but it's called Peak Alerts. And we do our best to advertise that and let the community know. And so does PPR-OEM. They want folks to be signed up for that. The great thing is our community is automatically signed up, subscribed to the service if they have a landline. That doesn't mean that their cell phones are subscribed. So it's important for folks to sign up. Now, one of the great things about E911 is they've taken the time and the effort and the funding to spend some of their dollars to purchase phone numbers that are pertinent to this county, actually the two counties, El Paso and Teller. And they verify that somebody's actually in one of these areas through lots and lots of methods that are out there in databases like credit cards and water bills and all those things. But anyway, they can purchase cell phone numbers also that make them automatically subscribed. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean everybody. So that's a downfall in the Peak Alert system when we need to send out a notification. To support that, then what we do is our incident commanders will look towards using WEA, which is Wireless Emergency Alert System, which is provided by FEMA. It's part of the IPAWS system. When you get those Amber Alerts and things like that, that's part of that system. The great thing about that system and why it's so doggone important to us is because our community in the summertime is made up of tourists, lots and lots of tourists. So they're not going to be subscribers to the Peak Alert system by any means. So as part of WEA, we're able to send out messaging for events that pose an immediate life risk. And I say that it's important because we don't want to send it out for things just arbitrarily because it's a very obnoxious system that can not always fall within boundaries that it should fall within. Currently, the technology is not perfect. So it can create a lot of angst with folks. But know this, myself as well as any of my incident commanders know that we're not too worried about making you angry and it being a mistake if our intentions were to save life. Finally, we have the sirens here in town. They're all maintained and they operate very well. I get an email from each one of them every morning. And they can notify us of wildland fires, floods, and then just general alerts. And they provide messaging if you can hear it. It's kind of a tough system to hear because it's a speaker-driven system, but that hopefully works well to at least get people thinking, especially in the downtown area during the floods. That's one of the primary means of reaching the tourist population during flooding. Because that's not an event where we're going to send out a wheel alert. That's just one where we need to get that notification out there to get people to move. How are we doing this? All that. Okay, moving right along. I guess probably one of the most important things about evacuation is we can do everything that we want to do in the boundaries of those tools that I defined to you, but it's just not going to be enough, especially in our community. Our community is made up of steep, winding, skinny roads. You've all seen that the one truck parked just a little bit out into the lane of travel can truly impede traffic out of many of our neighborhoods. So the best people out there to know what to do in the circumstances when they go bad are the people who live out there in our neighborhoods. So probably the most important thing that we can do is educate our folks. And we talk about educating folks on having a plan and preparing and practicing for these events. I think one of the saddest things I saw during the Marshall Fire was a gal who had complained that she never received notifications but could see embers flying by her window as she was washing dishes in her kitchen. To me, that just doesn't take a rocket scientist that something's gone bad and you need to get out. But that's what I look for the public to do, is be educated and be situationally aware. So part of that planning part is to remain situationally aware, understand the weather, understand the red flag event days, understand especially our local conditions and what's going on. They need to create a plan for communicating with their families and what's going to happen, because nobody's ever all home at the same time. They got to be able to communicate. And that's really difficult during an emergency. Places where they would go, things like that, have that important documents, medications. What will they do with their pets? What if they have folks who are handicapped in their home or elderly that don't move quickly? How do they manage those folks? And if they need help? And then I ask that they prepare, sign up for peak alerts, weather alerts, all of those things, and pre-pack items. I personally have a football at home. I'm ready to go. They have to have those human needs, the clothing, toiletries, et cetera, pet needs, any important documents that they have, et cetera, and then practice. These folks need to practice, and they need to understand how to get in and out of their community when something does go bad. Not only do they know from going to work every day or going to school every day what their normal paths and best travel are, they know what the impedances are as they leave their neighborhoods. So they need to prepare for that impedance and practice and what's another possible way out of their neighborhoods. I did just want to briefly talk about the emergency notification system. I know that you heard a lot out of the Marshall Fire where fiber can be cut, electrical lines can be cut, and all of those things. Those are conditions that can create malfunctioning technology systems. So again, I go back to be situationally aware. With that, would you like to ask that question now or? Okay.
I just wondered if the city has some kind of a sign-up sheet for disabled people who anticipate that they would need help in the event of the kind of evacuation where you're supposed to leave your home. Is there a list of, is there some kind of sign-up list where people can let you know that they're not ambulatory, they don't drive, they're going to need help? We have something like that in Manitou. Maybe we should.
That's something we used to do, was historically, but those lists get so out of date.
Sir,
Oh,
if you keep
yeah.
about 3 inches from the microphone, you're live on TV. So,
right.
okay, thanks.
I'm on TV. Wait. So it was something, yeah, it was something we used to do in emergency management, but it was so hard, and out of date to update lists. So, and I'll just jump in here real quick. What we do in emergency management is we help with the consequence management, which is part of this, right? We have the first responders that are doing, emergency management honestly is a bad name for what we do. We do more disaster management. These guys do emergency management every day. There are emergencies where there's a traffic incident or there's a structure fire. When we get involved, it's when we're having cascading events that affect the community and the community at large. And we come in with help in support and coordination. So the support and coordination, we operate an emergency coordination center, which some people call emergency operations center. We don't call it an operations center because we're not doing operations. We're doing coordination. Law and fire is doing operations, but our primary function within that coordination section is to go when either of the chiefs call me and go, hey, I need some ambulances to help move people because neighbors are taking care of neighbors. We have that on call to get buses out here to move people, to go to long-term care facilities, to help shelter people, to help people in the disaster, not just the incident. And so that's part of what we do, which is a little bit different than emergency management. It's disaster response, it's support and coordination when we have cascading events in a community. So what we've done is built a system. When there's a call, we can help support that. But we don't currently have a system, and those have typically been that's standard in our practice, that those lists are so hard to maintain. But if we have an opportunity for neighbor to help neighbor, we have a capability that can help respond to people that have mobility needs.
Thank you.
So just real quickly, and I didn't prepare slides, but maybe next time I'll bring some, talking the big picture of what we do. We, in emergency management, we have our 4 phases: mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. If we're talking specifically with evacuations in response, our primary, we have 4 different areas in our emergency operations center. It's to provide information. That information is twofold. That's to the community. It's also to the council here and to the mayor and to the city administration. How are we sharing information both with our elected officials and our community? We have the coordination section, which is working with law enforcement, fire, public works, and this could be all hazards of how are we getting people connected? And then the third thing is resources. Once we get beyond that mutual aid where we're calling our neighbors and we need to go longer in that disaster management type environment, we are the center to help get resources. So, if law enforcement was looking for state patrol, we would make that request through the state EOC, or we would make that request for fire for other fire resources or jersey barriers or porta potties or sheltering. That's part of what we own in emergency management.
The public, I guess, you would just call 911. If there's an evacuation and I can't leave my house, for whatever reason, so you don't have a list of people, you'll contact them. So they just have to contact 911 and go from there. I mean, because you're talking about what you do.
Yeah.
I want to know what the people are supposed to do.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I can kind of touch on that as far as what people are supposed to do. We have gone through for public education throughout El Paso County. And the big portion of that is actually holding tabletops or actual exercises and just getting people involved with the actual process of what they need to do in an evacuation.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like someone who's in a wheelchair who can't potty themselves. They have a nurse coming in 3 times a day to help them. They're in an electric wheelchair. They don't drive. I'm not
Yes.
talking about like educating people that when you see sparks outside your window, maybe it's time to go.
No, and to that point, like Andrew was talking about, we have tried within PPR OEM to keep some type of list or initiate a list like that. The biggest problem we have seen is maintaining that list. It changes weekly sometimes. That is the biggest problem we've seen. Historically, what I've seen or what we've worked with is they do call 911. And they let our dispatchers know within our ECC, we actually have dispatchers that work there with us when we're activated. And they get that notification right over to us through our policies or through our processes. That goes to a life safety immediate notification to one of our resources. So if one of those calls comes in, that goes to our resources section, we have to get a bariatric ambulance up there to be able to remove them. That is a priority for us because they cannot self-evacuate. So to your question, yes, it's a difficult list, but they do end up just calling 911 unless you have.
No, I was just going to expound on exactly what you were saying. What you're saying is probably accurate in the fact that they may have to call 911. Then they become part of the incident management, actually. And part of that incident management would be letting these folks know that their special needs and what those special needs are, then they can provide resources to do that. Otherwise, it may be left up to the responders to deal with that and maybe evacuate that individual themselves. But it becomes part of the incident management umbrella.
And I would just add one thing, what we put together is the process to respond to those type calls, because lists have proven to not be accurate, and a lot of time is going after inaccurate lists and maintaining those. So what we have developed is a process that when response calls, or we have our dispatchers in our emergency coordination center, and there's a need coming in for that, we're able to mobilize the resources out and assist with that. I would just mention the one other thing too, in response for evacuations, the other thing we can help with, and we've done this in the past in the preparedness aspect, we have the community preparedness. We also have the readiness piece. So we do evacuation exercises. We did an evacuation exercise a few years ago in Crystal Park. We also do training and coordination that we could work with at a policy group level. We've done this last year, had the state of Colorado come in and do disaster management for elected officials that we could host and talk about what those roles look like for you as mayor, council, administration, and help facilitate that process. So that's something in emergency management too. If we're escalating and there's multi-jurisdiction, multi-agencies involved, we'll convene something called an agency administrator group, where we can share information between our different agencies or jurisdictions and have a tempo that of where the elected officials are getting information on a regular basis. So that's part of that role that we do in the consequence management side of things. And then the last piece would be recovery. Is we do generally in EM gather the information and get it ready and packaged to turn it back over, usually to local officials or the county, to help with recovery efforts, and then are the cog or the conduit to the state of Colorado and then the federal government if there's Stafford Act or declaration type funding. And so that's part of what we do right away, are thinking about recovery, tracking that on behalf of the municipalities, on behalf of the county, and behalf of our region in general, is how do we deal with recovery efforts? Because whether it's a flood or a fire, there's going to be some sort of recovery if it's a large scale disaster. So.
Chief Otto.
Good evening. Sorry, I've got allergies, so if I'm not pronouncing words right, that's what it is. I'll just be brief. I've looked over this plan the chief has put together, and I think it's fantastic. I think he's covered a lot of areas that needed to be addressed, and they did a really good job, him and his crew. From a law enforcement perspective, if there's a need for an evacuation, we're going to kind of take orders from the command post. If it's the chief here sitting in the command post and he's going to say, Bill, we need zone 1 evacuated, we're going to go door to door. Of course, we're going to try the 911 calls. While I'm thinking of it, we're talking about handicapped people, people who need other assistance. Believe it or not, the fire department, the police department, although we don't have formal lists, we usually have a pretty good idea who needs help. And it may be from, we've been there before, or from a neighbor, not always, of course, but we usually have a pretty good idea who's going to need some extra assistance. It's not ironclad, obviously, but we do a pretty good job between the fire department and the police department and the members of the community identifying people who need extra help. To go back to the evacuation part, We're gonna go door to door if we need to. I think we've talked about it before, but we cannot force someone to leave their property. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make a note of the address, how many people are in this place, animals, and we're gonna move on. We're not gonna force anybody to leave their property. We're not gonna drag them out of there. And I say this because I've been involved in one of these before with the Waldo Canyon, and some people are just not gonna leave. The fire could be inches away from their home and we're screaming, hey, let's go, let's go. They're not gonna leave. We're not gonna force them. So we gotta start doing what we can for everybody else. We'll get names, ages of people, pets, like I said, and we're gonna move on. We'll come back and address that when we take care of the most people we can that are willing to accept help. The type of evacuations we're usually talking about are general or limited. And that's gonna come from the incident command post. They're gonna, hey, if it's a limited, it's what it means. It's a portion of the town or a zone. We may not even need a command post for that. If we're doing a general where everybody's going, we're gonna have a command post out there. The chief's gonna be up there saying, we need to start in this area. And this is who we're doing first because of winds or whatever type of disaster we're dealing with. On the law enforcement side, the shelter in place, like Chief Forsett was talking about, we do a lot of that. You hear it on the news all the time, you know, an order was put in for shelter in place, and that's just to keep people from getting hurt, obviously. So the police know who they're dealing with or who they're expecting to deal with, not somebody coming out of their house to pick up their newspaper. I guess they don't deliver newspapers anymore anyway, but bad example. Yeah, it's a shelter in place and stay in your house, stay somewhere safe. We'll let you know when the situation's over with. So you hear a lot about that. The pre-evacuation orders, get ready. You know, it's letting the public know, and we'll get this a lot of the times in our area here from the chief and his people with the flooding hazard and the fire hazard stuff. We want people to be ready to go. He talked about the go bags. It is a good idea. I know a lot of people don't do it. But like the chief said, have a bag. We want to educate the people out there. Hey, where we live in Colorado, with the flood potential we have, definitely the fire dangers we've all seen just today. It could happen. And when it happens quick. And there's a lot of moving parts. And the best thing you can do is help yourself. Pay attention to what information is being given and have that to-go bag ready and accessible with everything you need for medications, pets, you name it. To sum it all up from a law enforcement perspective, we're going to save lives. That's our main goal. Everything else can come secondary. It's horrible when people lose their homes and all their valuables. I fully believe it's horrible. It is, but we want to save lives. And when you got trained professionals that know what they're doing, we can do that. We can save the lives. We can deal with all the other stuff afterwards, like the gentleman up here are talking about the recovery aspect and all that. We work well together as a team. In the short time I've been here, a couple of years, from the city council to the fire to the police to public works, everybody seems to get it, and it's impressive to see. And we saw one. It was last year when the winds came, it started blowing trees and stuff over. Everybody jumped, sprung into action, and that's because everybody's got a pretty good idea what they're supposed to do, and if they don't, they know who to go ask. That's all I've got, folks.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Council, let's see, Judith.
Is it feasible, advisable to have each zone in our town do a mock evacuation? And you mentioned Crystal Hills did one. I mean, I'd like to know how that went, or I'm sorry, Crystal Park.
So I can,
how that
actually,
went
we've
and-
had two. And the two most recent ones involve both involve Crystal Hills. One was Crystal Park and Crystal Hills. And their plan was to shelter in place at the top of the park and evacuate folks at the bottom of the park. Same with Crystal Hills. I don't think there was a lot of participation in the Crystal Hills neighborhood for that one. Fire department participated as well as the police. So not a lot of participation there. The other one that we had was an event wildfire that affected Skyway in Crystal Hills. And that one was kind of fun in the sense that the responders got to play different roles. And what I mean by that was the Manitou folks went to Skyway and did the evacuations, where the Colorado Springs police officers and their motorcycles, everything came to Crystal Hills and into Manitou, and we switched roles. When we do a scenario like that, and help me if things have changed, but back then, press releases were put out, the public was informed that it was happening, and they could sign up to receive the notifications. And when those notifications occurred, then they were supposed to act. I think for Crystal Hills, only 2 people ever signed up for that. So there was huge lack of participation. Nobody practiced their role in that event. Those are the 2 most recent that I've had. There's one about to occur in Cascade. UPass is going to be doing one probably next month, I guess, somewhere. I'll let them speak to the rest of them.
Yeah, we in our general cycle of this being a regional office, as we do the full scale evacuation exercise. We do one in the county and then one in the city every other year. The cycle this year is we're in the county. We're working on one in UPass. We've got a tabletop with them on Friday. And then we're looking at this functional exercise where what that means, or full scale exercises. We'll do the notification by people signing up. They'll actually leave their homes with a go kit. They'll come into a shelter or an evacuation point and check in and bring their pets. And then usually what we do is we combine that with some sort of fair and evacuation where we have our partners with the Red Cross, Salvation Army, Humane Society there, and give information on evacuation. So it was a couple of years ago. We're doing the UPass this year, and then we'll do another neighborhood in the city, and then we'll look at a cycle. We can always add people in. I would mention too that Chief talked about this, is that the opt-in numbers for that Everbridge system, really the participation, it's always hard unless there's smoke in the air to get people to participate, as we know. On that Everbridge system, to the opt-in to get notifications, it hovers nationally in 30%, maybe 40% in a very good area of people who have gone in and signed in for emergency alerts. And so we have challenges with how we alert people, and that's why we have duplication and redundancy. So I was the emergency manager in the Boulder Emergency Operations Center during the Marshall Fire and those mass evacuations there. And it was law enforcement and firefighters that went through and do door-to-door evacuations on every single home. The 2 fatalities that happened in their fire, there was footage of actually law enforcement going to both of those homes and notifying those people to evacuate, and they chose not to evacuate. And so it's a redundancy of our Everbridge system, our iPause system, fire, law enforcement doing it as pre-messaging, but it's a number of different systems that we all have to work when we have these fast-moving wildfires and we need to evacuate.
Great, thank you. Nancy?
Thanks. I was wondering about this. It appeared to be some sort of a program, but it wasn't well defined. It was called Ready and Resilient Neighborhoods. What's that entail?
So we have part of our program is we'll come out and Robin Adair and Nikisha Brown from our office will come out and they'll do a presentation. I think it's about a 2-hour evening presentation that talks about, how to be ready and resilient. One piece is signing up for emergency alerts. We talk a lot about go kits, but a lot of the social science out there about recovering from disasters is who recovers are people that are in neighborhoods where your neighbor and you go through that process together. People are more resilient that park on the street than go in and park in their garages. because they interact with their neighbors. And so there are techniques you can go of going, how are we as a community? How are we resilient as a community? What are our systems that we have here on the different levels of, what we call preparedness in government is readiness. But how are you prepared as a community, as a neighborhood, as an individual, as an organization? And so the Ready and Resilient Neighborhoods program that Robin does gets a little bit more in detail to that human aspect of it.
So that's something that would be available to us. For instance, if we have a ward meeting or something.
Yep.
You guys could come and they'd have checklists on what to do
Yes.
and stickers to put on windows and all that sort of thing.
We don't have stickers, but it would be that process, and it's very much community related. So if it's a community function, but we're also available too to help with, it's not 449, but the executive officials for this body to do a training of, hey, how do we act or how do we behave during a disaster as government officials?
So do you run tabletop exercise? You mentioned
Yes.
tabletop exercises, but
Yep.
I do, Chief Reset, do we have those in Manitou? Do we, just for our operations plans, for our staff and stuff?
So it just so happens that we've scheduled one, I believe, for May 25th or 26th, where I'm just gonna talk about what administrative staff and department heads' roles are during an emergency incident, and
So
then
not scenario driven?
we're gonna do a tabletop after that. And
Good.
we're just gonna kind of run through a scenario of how would we handle this situation and what's every person's role in that situation. I'm not well versed on it. The gentleman who I worked with in the past was Lonnie Enzer, and I asked for help from PPROEM to come over and do that. There is a course for you folks as well as the department head. I think it's a G402s. And that's for public officials and what your roles are in an emergency. And I'm sure that you'll remember, I tried to get this to happen probably 2 years ago.
We had it 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I wanted it again a couple years ago and I just couldn't get it put together timely with council, but I have reached out to PPROEM. Lonnie left. He's another retiree at the top of their chain, and he was the one who would do that. So now that new roles are coming in over an OEM, I'm asking the same question to provide that same course to you folks.
And
Thank you.
I'm
That's-
committing, we're here to assist. So,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, because plans, and the plan is wonderful. I mean, it's very thorough. But a plan without being exercised is less than helpful in a lot of cases. If you're the only one that knows the plan, and you clearly do know the plan inside out and backwards, but if the rest of the staff doesn't know it, and how to use it, and find the holes in it.
But I
So,
will say my officers do.
yes, I'm confident the fire department knows that. Thank you.
I'll mention this too, and Chief is going to talk about the EOP, but what our county, our EOP is sort of our DNA, our operations plan. Our IPP, which is our integrated preparedness plan, which has our exercises and trainings on it. That's our workout plan, to your point. That's how we stay fit, is that we go through trainings and exercises to keep our EOP healthy. And that's how we do it.
And we certainly have plenty of real life stuff that goes on almost daily, but that's great for the small stuff and it helps a lot. But for that big one is what makes me particularly nervous because that you don't have time to figure it out when bad things happen. So thank you.
Julie.
I just wanted to say that I remember when we did have to evacuate the city with the fires, it was really very well orchestrated. It was really impressive. I think Mark Snyder was the mayor then, but they did neighborhoods, separately, so there wouldn't be a big traffic jam on the road, and especially for Agate Hill that only has that one little street to egress out of. It was really smooth. I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it was challenging or complicated for my neighbors or anything. We were all, warned in advance, hours in advance that it's likely to happen. So
I would
grab
agree,
your
it
stuff.
went very well, but it wasn't like one that, you've got minutes to get out. or you can't get back in to get.
Oh, if we only had minutes, then you'd probably be better off walking than driving in my neighborhood. But
So real quick, I want to speak to the minutes. She's exactly right. Time was our friend on that during the Waldo fire when it was coming down Williams Canyon. And they were watching it that night and they could see the movement and kind of understood the risk versus benefit in that particular situation. So I gave a lot of time to make a planned evacuation. I think what we see, and I was speaking with Andrew earlier this evening, and it was part of the FEMA report that came out of the Waldo Canyon fire and the evacuation of Mountain Shadows. Most people get out pretty well. They know their way out. Our biggest problem in the evacuations is those folks that are at work and want to come home. They totally disrupt the traffic 100%. I got to go back. I got to get my pet. I've got to get this. I've got to get that. Those folks coming back are what really impedes an evacuation.
Good. Other comments or questions from council? Okay, gentlemen, this has been, I think, very good. I think council's excited to hear this. It's, looking at a disaster is not something that's much fun to do, but I think, I guess personally, I feel like, you've done a lot to prepare for it. The thing is, you can probably never be over prepared for this. So maybe we've got some things that we ought to step up our game a little bit here. And maybe council would show an interest in doing a tabletop, kind of just an optional thing. We can kick that idea around. We don't need to make decisions tonight.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'll just make a comment real quick. We will totally commit to that. The tabletop we're doing, and it's something we could transfer over very easily to here. We're doing it UPass. It's just 3 modules. We've got a module with a policy group and decision makers where we walk through the different steps. We've got an emergency response model talking about the evacuations. Then we have that mass care model where we talk about sheltering and taking care of the people and the people problem. And so it would be very good, and we're all there to help facilitate that and whatever we need to work with Manitou. So Chief and I can get together and we'll put something on the calendar.
Okay, let's just kind of get a sense of council, assuming we could work out a time, how many councilmen, and this would be optional, how many council members would be interested in attending one of these? Okay, so we'd have a significant number, and probably we'd get some staff too. So, okay, I think that would, let's see if we can find a time that would work. It sounds kind of like fun. I mean, provided we don't have a real disaster at the time. I mean, we want to, what's the saying the Marines have? It says the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. So that's it. Yeah, Nancy.
Yeah, my sense is that a tabletop for council is less important because you and the city, the policy committee is important for the tabletop. But as council has really, for the most part, minimal role as a council. There's a couple things, but it's not very much. But really you as the mayor on the policy committee. And that to me is where a tabletop would be more valuable than putting the entire council through it.
Oh, okay. By myself, and I come back and I give a report. Okay. Are you going to chip in for my lunch? Okay.
I defer to the experts, but that's my interpretation.
I think that and I think you're correct. The 409 is really good for council and that larger body, where the tabletops tend to be really good for the mayor, city administration is my sense. Yeah. And I don't know, Chief, if you think that same thing.
No, I do agree. And that's part of, when you look at the operations plan, these two folks are the ones making a lot of decisions and deferring a lot of authority or not deferring authority when we have a disaster.
well, then Nancy, maybe you should go too because you're the pro tem.
Actually, I'm also listed on or the mayor pro tem is also listed on the policy committee. So yes.
Okay, well, then I think probably it'd be best for us to do what's going to be most useful. You guys are the experts, so.
Can you be available on the 26th?
Of May?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Because that's what we were working out with an already planned event.
Yeah, no, when you said that, it's the old thing about, if there's only 2 worthwhile things happening in a month, they'll happen on the same night or something like that. So I'm sorry, I've got, but I would love to. We'll work it out. Okay, any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We've learned a lot from you. I think we've got a little homework to do. You're a resident? Oh, great. Oh, boy. Cool. This is great. Okay, so tell your neighbors we're gonna, okay. Oh, cool. Good, good. All right. Oh. Oh, great. Okay. Super. Okay, moving right along. Item 4, the Emergency Operations Annual Plan Review. Again, Chief Forsett, Chief, we're getting you all on one night here, so maybe you'll get some nights off.
It's efficient. I like efficiency. Hopefully this will go kind of quick. You've already been provided with the emergency operations plan, which also includes within that plan our flash flood plans. I will tell you that we met on this just over a year ago, maybe 2 now, was the last review. The plan says should be reviewed by council, but obviously it needs to be reviewed by council because there's a lot of policy in our emergency operations plan. However, since the last time we spoke, there's been very minor revisions. The most significant revisions in this are to Annex 7, which is the evacuation annex. And the reason for that is less about there being something big to change and more about there being more detail in how to do those evacuations. That came out of efforts that I had while I was just having a training with my officers, and we were going through what their roles would be if they happen to be in incident command. So evacuations is more defined. And then the other large and the other significant, it's not large, but significant change to the plan is I included, excuse me, I included the.
Public Works Operations.
I did, that was a minor change, but thank you. We did change some wording, Public Works Director to Public or Operations Director. And then we added forms though in the back for delegation of authority and return of delegation of authority. Those forms are helpful for the mayor and Denise in those events where our local emergency resources are no longer capable or have the ability to manage an incident, and we have to look for greater help, which right off the bat is going to come from the county. Good thing about that is if we do defer to the county in a wildland fire instance, that means we also defer financing for that incident. So, and then once it goes greater to greater needs than the counties can support, then they look towards the state, the Division of Fire Prevention and Control, et cetera, and it keeps moving up the chain. That's the big changes to it, other than some minor edits. There's several edits in there from Pikes Peak Office of Emergency Management because of their combined resources when it was county OEM and city OEM, and now they're combined in the Pikes Peak Region OEM. So more terminology changes as it pertains to their role. I want you to know that the plan has been through review by all of the city's department heads, staff has reviewed the plan. I've also had the plan reviewed by Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management to see that it fits within their needs and that it's coordinated with their efforts whenever we need them. So this is that final area for review and approval. It's already set to be on the consent calendar for your next regular council meeting on the 18th, I believe.
Right, next week, yeah.
Yep.
So council, this would be a good time if we have questions or want John, Chief Forsett to expand upon this. It'd be good because it will be in front of us next week. Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy.
And this is kind of a weird question, but why is the plan confidential, and where is, given what's happening in the national news lately with confidential documents? I I don't know what that means in the context of a municipality.
Published it that way to the civic clerk, only because there's things in here, especially when it comes to terrorist attacks on the law enforcement behalf, that I don't have the authority necessarily to make a good decision on Chief Otto's behalf. So I can't tell you that one way or the other, there's no legal review that says I couldn't do that or could do that.
I do believe, can I speak?
Yeah, please do.
I do believe that most cities do keep this confidential. It is regarding a lot of things of how they would respond, who does what, et cetera, and it could be used against us in a case of an emergency. So it's one of those that we keep. It's once it's approved, I carry it with me everywhere I go. I don't even go on vacation without this thing. It's one of those things that you keep with you at all times and you're ready to pull. So that's the reason that we've always kept it confidential, and other cities have that, to my
Okay.
knowledge.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that necessarily. It's just weird to not, I don't know if there's any guidance or, I'm just used to very strict guidelines and what's confidential, the definitions, how it's produced, how it's destroyed, how it becomes, because the whole section was lifted out of it and put into a non-confidential section for the evacuation plan so I was just confused. So again, it's kind of a side question, but I don't know if I don't think we've got any guidance out there on those sorts of things. So, but again, same question, same concern is exercising all these multiple scenarios over time. And it sounds like you're starting to look at that for the future to do more exercising, whatever it might, at whatever level, if it's a tabletop or more higher level. But so I'm encouraged to hear that you're looking more at that and looking hopefully to do that in the future. Thanks.
Okay, great.
And
Thank you.
Denise, for
Other comments? We've all had a chance, I think, to look through the operations plans since they were in the packet. If we don't have the objections, if we're satisfied, I think we could probably call this
Can I-
agenda item covered.
Sorry, I
No, go
just
ahead.
had one minor also thing that I was going to suggest be incorporated into it. And that would be EOC or whatever, layout a schematic for the layout. Do you have, and that may be in an SOP or something, but, just to know exactly who, schematic, who sits where, pre-positioned equipment and supplies, done checklists. You've got a whole lot of reports in here. Do you have examples of reports that you'll be using, templates that you could use for the various types of reports you're going to be submitting up the chain in severe or emergencies? It's just nice to have all those things pre-prepared and ready to go. So just a suggestion.
No, I think it's a good suggestion and I validate that very much. I think a lot of what you're talking about though happens in the Emergency Coordination Center. And that's going to be in their world, the PPROEN's world mostly, especially while they manage resources and planning and logistics, et cetera. In our world, not so much in the plans here, and I don't know that they belong in the plans. We're going to have folks working with finance and planning to do some things. And I don't know that that world belongs in the emergency operations plan, but certainly everything you're talking about is something that we will incorporate with PPROEM. Does that make sense? Okay.
Anything else? Guess not. Chief, thanks very much for your time this evening. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Item 5, information desired on the 2023 community survey. And so Alex is the architect of that. He's going to walk us through his thoughts and get ours.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Graham, City Council. My name is Alex Treffery. I am the Public Information Officer for the city. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation here, but I will just briefly, as a reminder, City Council gave majority direction that they would like some involvement with the community survey and what questions are asked. So the purpose of this agenda item is mainly discussion based. I am simply asking, what topics would you like the survey to provide answers to? And then I will work with Magellan Strategies to craft some questions. And then further on, I would like direction from City Council on if they would like final review of those questions or if they just want us to launch the survey given the topics that City Council wants us to explore. So with that, I'll take questions. I provided a sample community survey from Glenwood Springs because I know it's hard to just say, come up with topics. So I'm hoping that that spurs some thought because they do share a lot of the same problems that we do. Granted, not everything. So with that, if you have any questions for me, please let me know. If not, I will let y'all make a discussion and I'm here to support in any way that I can.
Okay, Julie?
Well, thank you, Alex. I thought the Glenwood Springs survey was fabulous. I'd love to adopt it practically verbatim. The only things I would change is they ask about utility bills. We would obviously change that to water/sewer bills. And then they also ask a question about whether the community is satisfied with the amount of apartment buildings and with the amount of new housing that was built over the past 5 years. I would guess both of those questions are kind of irrelevant. But otherwise, I thought it was fabulous and I thought it would work well for us. So thank you for finding that.
Yes, of course. I'm glad it was helpful.
Thank you. Judith?
Thank you. I concur with Counselor Wolf. I thought that's a community service survey. And that's, I think, what council was really looking for was how can we really get answers to questions that we can form policy around. And so I agree that, and I trust you to look at that survey and cull the things that just aren't relevant to us. Otherwise, I agree. I would pretty much adopt that verbatim. And, I had thoughts about perhaps the length of the survey, but I think if you've got people that are going to fill out a survey, they're going to fill out a survey. And so great job there. I do have one more comment. You did say in your memorandum that you would keep the questions that were in before because you want to, field test them. I disagree. I mean, other than maybe question number 1, are you a resident of Manitou Springs? And maybe number 9, would you like a follow-up from city staff? I found questions 2 through 8 too vague. So I personally would eliminate them. Please rate Manitou Springs as a place to live on a Likert scale does not give me the information. So that would just be my recommendation.
Well, and that question is already asked in the Glenwood
Right,
Springs
and
survey,
so
but in a way that is more helpful because
more
it's very
helpful, but-
specific.
So, please rate your quality of life and so on. And please, what's one thing you love? I think those of us who live here would say that's an easy question, but it doesn't help me on the policy level. So, that would be my recommendation too, is to ask, do we really need those questions? And are they already better articulated in the Glenwood Springs survey?
I would say they absolutely are better articulated in the Glenwood Springs survey. And just to clarify what I meant is I didn't mean to keep them verbatim. I just was recommending that, for instance, the question, please rate the quality of life in Manitou Springs. I was suggesting or recommending rather that there's a quality of life question in the upcoming survey. We already have three years of data, two or 3 years of data. We may as well keep using it. So I wasn't recommending to verbatim put them in because I think it would be pointless because it's almost it's asking high level questions and then digging into the details of it anyway with these other 70 questions. So we're on the same page.
Well, you articulated that perfectly. I appreciate that. So again, thank you for pulling the Glenwood Springs survey. I think it's a really good one, and I look forward to getting some data from that. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, I have something of an opposite view. I think that the Glenwood Springs is way too long, and I think we've gotten a lot of very valuable information from what we've been asking already. So I would like to continue asking those questions. The only thing I might add, there's a couple things I might add, and that is a little bit more demographics, the age, length of time in Manitou Springs, business, if you're a business or a resident, what neighborhood you live in, potentially what your income level is, some of those demographic that was at the beginning of Glenwood Springs. And then in addition, I might say if in 6 and 7, maybe your top 3 things you love about Manitou and your top 3 things that you might want to change. Because I think that those would get at a lot of the other stuff. And the only other thing, well, I keep saying that, but I would like to hear what people believe the values of Manitou Springs are. I would love it if we became more of a values-based policy organization. I also think that given that we have funded the next iteration of Plan Manitou, that a lot of the stuff in the Glenwood will get, that's in the Glenwood survey, I think will get a better representation through that in person sort of thing. Because I don't think surveys create judgment, and you're almost guiding people to answer things as opposed to just leaving open-ended questions. So I think that the open-ended questions of 6 and 7 are much better than just asking the specifics in the Glenwoods. And lastly, I would say that we've never said what our goals are as not really articulated what our goals are as a council. And that makes it very difficult to ask the community to weigh in on if our goals are correct or not. I would say kind of by default, our goals might have been the environment, improving the environment or sustainability, infrastructure, and budget. Or having a sustainable budget might be the 3 things, but we might want to ask questions about what our priorities have been, our goals have been, but I'm not sure that we know. I think we get 7 answers if we asked what this council's goals are. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. Thank you.
See, Natalie?
So if we are going to go the longer route, I just have a couple of requests. And one is just that if we can start the survey off with an estimation of how much time it's going to take, because I think that's really helpful when I'm about to take a survey. If they say this will take 4 minutes or this will take 25 minutes. And then the other piece just being that you don't have to answer a question and move on to the next question, that if someone doesn't care, they can move on. And if they only want to answer 20 questions instead of 80, they can do that and still participate. Would just be my 2 requests.
Thank you. John, do you have comments?
Well, I like the Glenwood Springs as well. And I guess I don't have a problem with if we need to have continuity, repeating questions. If for some reason it makes sense to have that. I don't think they need to be right next to the similar one. Okay, but and I certainly agree with Natalie. I think it's really helpful when you start to take a survey that they set the tone in terms of how long it's going to take, because that might make it mean that you might want to do it later as opposed to and I kind of agree with Nancy too. I think maybe some demographic information might be helpful. Neighborhood information might be helpful. In addition, and I know it sounds like it's really long in the whole 9 yards, but I think short, I hate to say it, almost silly little surveys almost never tell you anything. So I think people who take the time to give information in these kind of longer ones, I think you're getting some more serious sample as to what's going on than people who just, oh, I'll just rip through 10 questions and be done with it.
Michelle?
I really like this Glenwood Springs community survey. And if you could also have like some open-ended questions too in there. Thank you.
Now, Alex, question on this. I believe everybody's had a chance to talk. So Alex, a question relative to the Glenwood Springs survey at the top. It's got total interview goal, 500, so it's 500 respondents. Do you know, was this an online survey or was this, did they do it over the phone or one-on-one, people to people?
Yeah.
Can you tell us to speak to that?
Definitely. So one of the reasons why I chose to work with Magellan Strategies is they do more of a contemporary approach to being pollsters. Polling, as it currently stands, is becoming less and less accurate because it's almost always done with simply landlines and calling a landline and talking to that person. So what that does is it skews your survey into who uses, to one, people who use landlines, and also people who want to take a survey that own a landline, right? One great thing about Magellan Strategies is they have it open-ended. So I'll post it, like there'll be a press release. We'll post it to social media. People can take it at their own will, but they will also, Magellan Strategies has cell phone information. They purchase data, similar to what we were just talking about with Everbridge purchasing data, and they text those the people within their system, and they say essentially that top paragraph on the Glenwood Springs community survey, plug and play Manitou Springs info, and they solicit it over text and open-ended. So it's both. So it is online. We will also have the ability for people to fill out hard copies. I think it's a good practice. I can say with every survey we've ever done, not one hard copy has ever been filled out, but it's very easy to do. So we'll continue to let folks do it if they'd like. But it's a combination of those. There's other methods, but they don't have that singular method, which is outdated, and it really does skew polls, in my opinion. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Is there a way to ensure that only, one person is only allowed to make one response?
Yes, my bad. I meant to say that there is a parameter to where one person gets one response. So if the same person clicks on that same link, the software recognizes that the same IP address is trying to fill out the survey. I'm sure there's ways to get around it, but for your average individual, they're only filling it out once.
Okay, that's good to know, because when we've seen these contests where it's like Manitou's the third happiest, city in the world, you can vote every day. I mean, you can only vote once a day, but every day, and it's kind of, it just, I think that's stupid, and I think it's not. Well, it's actually almost scientific proof of stupidity, I think. But anyway, I mean, if we're gonna try and do this and do it right. I guess it's not clear. Okay, so all right, we're trending in the right direction, I think. And going back to Plan Manitou, yes, it looks like we would be doing that. And frankly, I don't like Plan Manitou in many respects because I think it's too wishy-washy. There is a huge amount of whitewash that's done in unicorns and rainbows. And that's kind of what the community wanted, I guess, but to distill it down to where it's actually a functional piece of information that helps us, I think is a reasonable goal. And it's not to say that people shouldn't have dreams, but if you're trying to implement policy, we want to drill down a bit. And statistically, I thought it was kind of again, silly because, well, I think there was an appendix for each major question. And then when there was one statement that they came up with, so this is like, we believe this, it's a guideline, it's one of the 10 commandments. It was the as-built environment in Manitou Springs endorses our cultural values. And in looking at that, the response population, only 15 or 20 people answered it. And 5 of the people put narratives in and they said, I do not understand this question. Nonetheless, they voted, they liked it, or they gave it a 2, they didn't like it, they gave it an 8, they liked it, but they didn't really know what they were voting for. And I thought, holy cow, is this supposed to inform us when we try to, cut loose $1 million grant or do a major project, so and you deal with this more than we do. And the polling and trying to guess where the public's at. I mean, we still try to, understand what the public wants, but if we really want some guidance, I think we would want to be more specific and a little more crisp. These things like, well, we'll get into this in the next subject, but that's enough. But council, does that seem like sufficient direction to Alex? We're giving you an almost impossible task, but do your best.
I would like just a little bit of clarification. So we do want to move forward with the Glenwood Springs survey is the direction that I'm getting. And we would like to use, I guess, discretion on taking the questions that don't really apply to Manitou Springs and changing them to apply to Manitou Springs. Do we want, I know that there were other mentions of using the old community survey questions. I'd just like some clarification on that. Sorry, I know it's late, but I just want to make sure I'm doing what council wants.
Nancy, I think you were the one that spoke mostly to the not liking the old questions. I think you want to respond to Alex.
If I'm the only one, I'm in the minority.
Well, no, I could, well, okay.
I think it's important to have that continuity and to have the same questions. It also contributes to reliability and validity of the survey when you've got that redundant questions anyway. So to me, it's, if you're going to ask a, survey that's going to take you a long time to fill out, then adding a few more questions, I don't see as an issue.
I would like to clarify something as well, and thank you for bringing that up. We have a limit of 75 questions. So if we go above 75 questions, we'll have to pay more than what is budgeted. We do have really 26 to 75 questions costs the same. They have 2 prices, 0 to 25 and 26 to 75. So that is a consideration for council.
How much are we paying for the up to 75 questions? How much does this cost us?
15,000 is what we have budgeted. I believe that's what it is.
And then, may I ask this question, Mayor? I just jumped
Yeah, go ahead.
around.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Go ahead, Julie.
What was I going to ask you? Oh, I thought we were told last time that, it's important to have multiple choice questions only because when you get these open-ended questions with, people writing paragraph after paragraph, like how the heck are you guys supposed to collate that and report back to us? Is that true? Or do you feel that these open-ended questions that are, I don't know if it was from last year's, because none of the Glenwood Springs were open-ended, I don't think. But is there a problem with incorporating those open-ended questions? Because what are you supposed to do with all those narratives? It's like a teacher grading a bunch of essays. How do you feel about that?
I would have to review. I also don't believe that, no, there are open-ended questions in the Glenwood Springs Community Survey, but yeah, just 2, I believe. So open-ended questions aren't as, I guess, I'm not a pollster, but I'm going to go out on a limb and try to use some of their terminology. They're not as statistically significant as a close-ended question. A close-ended question is very simple to quantify. Open-ended questions, I would say, are helpful because the way you analyze an open-ended question is through keywords. So if someone responds with 2 paragraphs, but both paragraphs are, let's say, talking about congestion and traffic and mobility, you would essentially mark that as open-ended congestion or mobility. And then if someone else is talking about that, you would mark it that way. And then you could say out of our 500 open-ended questions, 300 of them were in regards to congestion, parking, and mobility. So there is a way to quantify it. But what happens is when someone provides an open-ended response, their verbatim response isn't used in that analysis. It's only keywords that it boils down to. So really, they end up being the same thing. One of them is just more quantifiable because they have a Likert scale of 1 to 5, choose.
Mr. Shada?
Yeah, I think we need to figure out how to do the bigger plan, because if you look at the Glenwood Springs survey, okay, they're asking 77 questions. And I don't see how we're going to boil down to 25 or 24 out of these. I think we're going to 75 or under. Yeah. So, and I think if you look at some of these things here, I'm not certain that they don't already have some of the demographic stuff in here. They're asking ages and stuff like that. It's down there toward the end. So, okay, so I'm sorry, I got confused in terms of, I thought that maybe we were constrained for budget reasons to the 25 plan. Thank you.
But still, if we're looking at 75 or under, and this proposal already has 77, if we were to eliminate the 2 that I suggested we eliminate, which is how do you feel about the apartments that we've built in the last 5 years? And how do you feel about all the new homes we've built in the last 5 years? If we eliminate those 2, we're down to 75. But if we're going to add in all the ones from last year, then that means he'd have to pull out some of the good questions from the Glenwood Springs survey, which are much more, I would imagine, in my opinion, helpful because they're very specific. So, I can ask an open-ended question, what are the 3 most important values of Manitou? But they've already asked that in the Glenwood thing. You have to 1 through 7 or whatever. So it seems to me that we just have to eliminate 2 from the Glenwood. If we're going to add all the ones from last year, then we should probably have some discussion about which of the Glenwood questions we're going to eliminate.
Okay. Denise?
Mayor, there's numerous ones on here that would be eliminated, like Ride Glenwood Springs, broadband, community broadband network, electric services, landfill, recycling center. There's probably, as I look at this, somewhere between 7 to 10 that do not pertain. So I think if you wanted to keep some of the old ones, you could do that and still stay within the 75. But no matter what, we're going to get, if we don't do that, we're going to get below that 75, which is fine. But there are some in here that just do not pertain to what we do.
Right. And I was just looking at one here, availability of affordable quality childcare. Not that I've been in the market for childcare for quite a while, but I can't think of any place in town that offers it. There probably are a few, but I mean, and maybe that's a need that needs to be stated differently, but that's one. And my first thought was that could probably be stricken, but anyway, that's an example. There's maybe some others that are like that or should be slightly recrafted.
Mayor, may I ask?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Judith.
I actually really like the childcare question because I know 2 families that are struggling with staying in Manitou. And I think it's important for us to know that those kinds of quality of life concerns. I think that it's pretty obvious which questions don't apply. I agree with the city administrator that those can be culled. I have no problem, keeping the other questions if that's important to council. And I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem Fortune, and I believe Councilor Shada concurred that we need those demographic questions. I do just want to say, though, how much I appreciate this being on the agenda. I know there was some concern about, council getting too in the weeds about these surveys, but I think this community survey is really important. And I'm really grateful that it was brought to a work session and we had an opportunity to give some input. And I would say that I don't think I would like to see this happen with other surveys if the rest of council felt that it was worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay. Alex, we kind of narrowed things down for you to where you're a little more comfortable with it?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm comfortable moving forward. I have a good sense of how to do this. Of course, some discretion is going to be here, but I think we can make a really good survey. Go on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, if there's no objection, council, let's go to the last item. And that's another Alex. This has been the John and Alex show tonight, mostly in large part. Okay, so this is the public engagement plan. Give you a minute there, Alex, to sort your stuff out.
Yes, and we do have a presentation for this. I promise it won't be too long. So I'm seeing what I have to work with. I'll wait for the other Alex to pull that presentation up. So again, Alex Treffry, the Public Information Officer for the City of Manitou Springs, and I will be presenting a public engagement plan and going over why it's important, what it entails, and essentially how it works. So next slide, please. So let's talk about why a public engagement plan is needed. I would argue that public engagement is one of the most important things that we do as a city. It's extremely important for our relationship with our community members, improving decisions, and truly giving equity into the decision-making process within the city. A public engagement plan also transitions us both as elected officials and city staff towards more effective and genuine public engagement. It also standardizes how we approach it, and it will serve as a guide for everyone to follow. It too increases inclusivity and equity within the public engagement process. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what a public engagement plan is. It's very simple. It's a document that establishes an approach to public engagement. It's created before the project starts to ensure that the project team is on the same page. And the influence of what public engagement will have on the decision is understood from both the public and the city itself. And so engagement plans benefit projects because they clearly define the scope, they establish the public's role, they align expectations among the public in the city, and they equip the staff with the tools that they need to effectively engage the public. Real quickly, I'd just like to mention that this plan is solely developed from the best practices from the International Association for Public Participation, also known as IAP2, and they really are the gold standard for what is effective public communication, or sorry, public engagement. Next slide, please. So inclusivity and equity are woven into the engagement planning process with this public engagement plan. And what I mean by that is before any engagement starts and any techniques are implemented, you identify stakeholders and you test those stakeholders. And you think about how you can remove barriers to participation and have your process be more inclusive. And it's just important to know that no person and no group speaks for the public. So having diverse stakeholders who are all interested in an outcome or a decision or a process is very important for having effective public engagement. If everyone's saying the same thing, then you're not talking to a diverse group of people. And it's worth noting, one of my favorite quotes, if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. And that goes with public engagement hand in hand. Next slide, please. Then let's talk about when do we use public engagement? So public engagement should be used when the input from the public can influence a decision. Public participation is when the public influences the authority, everyone in this room. And public relations is when the authority influences the public. It's very important to note that public participation and public relations are not the same. And public engagement should never be used to prove a point or gain support. And it should never be used for buy-in on something. It really is for involving the public and improving decisions. Next slide, please. So briefly, I want to talk about what is effective public participation. Effective public participation acknowledges the desire for individuals to participate in decisions that affect them. It facilitates understanding, improves decisions, and strives for inclusivity and equity. Next slide, please. So real quick, I want to talk about how to use the plan. So essentially it's 6 steps. Sometimes that gets muddied because I'm involved very deeply with some of them and no other staff members will really be touching them. But essentially it's 6 steps. So you document the basics, you determine the levels of engagement, you identify stakeholders, you select engagement techniques, you implement them, evaluate them, and adapt them because this is very fluid. Public engagement is also almost never what you plan for. So it's very important that you are willing to adjust, regroup, and find ways forward. And then you follow through. And I just really want to point out that, as you notice, selecting an engagement technique is step 4 on this plan. Most of the time, we'll hear it, we say, we need a community meeting, or we need a survey, or we need a task force, whatever the engagement technique is. That really, there should be a lot more planning before that decision is made. There should be a lot more dedication from the staff and the project team or whatever it may be to plan for that before we decide what technique of public engagement we're going to use. Next slide, please. So step 1 is documenting the basics. Very simple. Talk about what the project is. We have the sustainable decisions graphic right there. And I think that's extremely important. And I think that really every council member here and probably across the world, any elected official on a policymaking board uses this framework. Is it feasible? Do we have the budget for it? Is it environmentally compatible? And what's the community benefit? And it's weighing those options. But it's extremely important that through the engagement process, the public is informed of how you make decisions, which is through that framework. Just because the public makes a decision and they come together as all the stakeholders that should be involved and they say, we want X, X may not be economically feasible. So it's important to mention that in the public engagement process instead of afterwards when this body has to make a decision. Next slide, please. So this is probably the most important slide. So it's determining the levels of engagement. So we like to use public engagement, public participation as a loose term that's all encompassing. And there's really no other way to do it, but there's levels to it. So there's informing when we aren't necessarily looking for feedback or using the public's input in decisions. We just went over 3 agenda items that are very that fall in that category. Evacuations. No time for engagement, listen to us, right? It's that simple. But then we have consulting, which we just went over as well. A survey, questionnaires, something of that nature. We're really just obtaining feedback and analyzing it. And then there's involving, which is working with the public throughout the process to ensure that what the public wants is understood and considered. And so that's many of the community engagement things we do, such as public meetings, various, the Carnegie Library or Hiawatha Gardens are great examples of this, where throughout the process, the public was there to provide input. Then we have collaborate, and we just saw that with the street performing work group, where I worked with individuals to come up with something throughout the process. They were there from start to finish, and then we proposed it to our decision-making body. And then lastly, we have empower. This is almost never a staff member's decision. It is city council's decision to empower the public to make a decision. And that is essentially giving them the ability to vote on something. So There are other ways of implementing it. It's not very practical with municipal governments, but the decision is in the public's hands in that aspect. And I just want to note, just because something's further to the right doesn't mean it's better. What's important is selecting the appropriate level on a case-to-case basis. Yes, Councilor Wolf.
I just want to mention that I also think I appreciate this particular slide. And I think it's really important that we notify the public, not necessarily using these same terms, about which type of meeting we're considering, because the complaint I've heard over the years repeatedly is that public engagement pretends to ask us how we feel. But if we're given a huge project, we're asked, do you want us to paint the ceiling white or yellow? That's the only choice you have, the whole rest of it, forget it. And they feel irritated and annoyed, like you've wasted my time. You're asking for my input. You don't give a hoot about it. You've already made your decision and I'm allowed to choose like where the bathrooms are going to go. That's the whole thing. That's it. So I think it's really helpful for us to be clear when you do, but when we do our different kind of public engagements, that we let the public know, look, this is just to inform you. We just want to tell you where we're at and what's happening next. If you want to come, fine. And then they don't get all angry to find out that they're not given an opportunity to ask questions or make recommendations.
Yeah, Councilor Wolf, you hit the nail on the head, and that's a byproduct of not planning for public engagement. And when you just select that technique, because let's say we're remodeling this room and that is the only thing the public can decide on is what kind of ceiling tiles do we want? If we say, let's make a task force, and that task force is using a technique that is collaborative for such a simple decision, then we're doing that wrong and we didn't plan effectively. What would be more simple is if someone does care about what color the ceiling is, and we want to hear from them, a questionnaire is simple enough. We put that out and we say, this questionnaire is simply to involve you. We want to hear from you. How do you want the ceiling to look? And that's why it's so important to plan ahead, is to, one, have reasonable expectations for yourself and the public so they're aware of what exactly is being asked of me. How will my feedback be used and at what level? Does that help?
Well, and people usually think, if at all.
Agreed.
Because more often than not, my experience, even before I was on council, just as a resident, is that public input, was rarely considered. And when the public is asked for their opinion on a huge project, and they're asked to decide about one little square inch of the project, and they thought, that I got a babysitter tonight, I'm here at this meeting, and I'm only allowed to decide where the bathrooms are going to go on this $1 million project. It just infuriates people. So clarity about what to expect, I think, would be helpful.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So we'll go on. This is step 2, continued. And I know it's late. I'm going to briefly show you this real quick. So I'm just going to walk over here. There is a spreadsheet that is part of this public engagement plan. We're not going to go over all of it, but you can't upload Excel spreadsheets to Civic Clerk, so I apologize. Essentially what this is it is a spreadsheet that asks you questions about internal expectations and public expectations. And, oh, I see what's going on here. My bad. And then the questions are very simple. What's legally required? To what extent do we think the public could help improve the project? What's the public interest that we perceive? What's the potential for the public to influence the process? What level of media interest is there? And what's the likelihood that the decision makers will fully consider public opinion? What resources are likely to be available to support public participation? And what is the anticipated level of political controversy? So you answer those questions on the Likert scale, just like the community survey. And then you ask similar questions for the public. What is the probable level of difficulty in addressing the problem/opportunity? What is the potential for public outrage related to the project? How important are the public impacts to the public? How much do stakeholders care about the problem / opportunity to be addressed and the decision to be made? And what degree of public participation does the public appear to want? And so the further right you answer, the more that we have internal expectations that the public should be involved and they can really influence the decision. And the further to the right that the public thinks that they can influence the decision, the further to the right on that previous slide I was showing you we should do. So if we're thinking that the public has great influence over this project and they should be involved the whole way, then we should collaborate with them, not just consult with them or just inform them. So this spreadsheet is really, thank you for that. This spreadsheet is essentially a quantitative way to look at public engagement and answer questions to help determine how do we want to involve the public before. So next slide, please. Thank you for that. Oh, sorry, one more slide over. And so this is just a decision process on we define problems, gather info, establish how we're going to make the decision. We develop alternatives, we evaluate them, and then we make a decision. Most of the time, not just in Manitou Springs, but around the world, everyone is bringing the public in at evaluate alternatives. And they're saying, we have 3 options. Which ones do you like? And what that does is it takes away from the public process and it turns it into a public event. And so part of this plan is to shift public involvement to the left. If you can bring the public in and engage with them and involve them in defining what actually is the problem, then your alternatives are going to be so much better with great information that the public provides you with, and you can curtail all the issues that you run into when you bring the public in so late. So that's another important aspect of this plan. Next slide, please. And then identifying stakeholders, you just ask questions. Who should be interested? Who will be? Who needs to know? Who can contribute to the conversation? Who could stop the project? Next slide, please. Then you test that list. You say, here's the list of stakeholders that I've identified. How can I reach out to those stakeholders? If we're building a playground and we want to reach out to middle schoolers, it's not smart to reach out to every resident and say, please talk to your kids. Let's just reach out to the middle school. And then we assess barriers to participation. With certain groups of stakeholders, some of them are harder to reach than others. How can we get around those barriers and engage the stakeholders that we should be? And of course, avoid stakeholder fatigue. If we have 4 community meetings in a week and we only want to engage residents on Capitol Hill, by that 4th community meeting, they're either going to be angry or just not coming. So it's important to acknowledge that doing public participation is not easy, and it takes commitment from the individual who's participating. Next slide, please. And then step 4, so we select engagement techniques. Once we fill out that spreadsheet, it gives us recommendations on what techniques should we use? And then as public participation professionals, we look at those and we evaluate the stakeholders and we look at what decision is being made, and you make a educated and thoughtful consideration of what techniques will be used. And a lot of the time, it's not just one, it's multiple techniques. But of course, there's considerations like budget, of course, and also looking back and testing those to see how they worked. And evaluating the public process is a great way to improve it for the future. Next slide, please. Sorry, just noticed a typo. I apologize for that. So then you implement, evaluate, and adapt your plan. Be flexible with it. Ask for feedback. We hear it all the time. Whenever we have a community meeting, we say, what a great turnout. There were 50 people there. That doesn't necessarily mean that you hit all the stakeholders you should have, or that you reached everybody who could contribute to the conversation. If all 50 of the people came for the same reason, chances are is you weren't approaching the right individuals or the right groups or the right contacts to put you in touch with who you need to be. One of the great ways that you can evaluate public engagement meeting or some sort of technique is just ask whoever was involved in that meeting and say, how did it go? Did you feel like your participation was heard and your feedback will be considered? Something as simple as that. Next slide, please. Follow through. So this is what I was talking about. This is mainly me, but when we do public engagement and we hear from the public, let's tell them what we heard. Here's the info that we heard, post it on the website or share it or however we may do it. If we have an email list, we can reach back out to them, but we say, here's the input, here's how we analyzed it. And when the decision makers make a decision, such as this body, we would say, here's what the outcome was. Next slide, please. And then just evaluating the process. This is something that almost never happens with the public process, but it's after the process is finished. Say, did we get the value that we wanted? Did we accomplish our goals? Was the decision influenced from public engagement? How satisfied was the public with the process and did it meet their expectations? What lessons learned were there and anything else that is important for that process? Next and final slide, please. So the whole point behind this is I am asking for majority direction from City Council on whether to bring a resolution approving and implementing this public engagement plan forward at a future regular session is the will of the majority of council. So with that, I will also take any questions you have. This is about a 400-page book boiled down into about 36 pages of a public engagement plan, boiled down into a 20-minute PowerPoint. So I know it's a lot to digest, and it really is a culture shift of what we expect public engagement to be with how Manitou Springs is conducted, and truly everywhere around the world conducts public engagement. But this plan really does bring it forward into a more planned and effective and genuine approach to consulting with the people that we serve. So with that, I'll take questions.
Council questions? Natalie.
I'm wondering if we can include a survey question that would help us inform the public around the work that you're doing on this. I think it's great. I think it's important, but I also feel like we could use a survey as a way to start that outreach to the community, because I think they would also like to know how seriously we take, this public process.
Other comments? I think Nancy and then Judith.
Yeah, I think you're kind of crazy to take this on, but I admire you for doing it. I've got a number of concerns. First of all, I want to say your pros and cons were the best I've seen on any, I think, cover sheet. And I want to highlight the cons because it creates a higher workload for staff. It would be a tremendous workload. Do you even have the bandwidth to take this on? This is huge.
To be quite honest with you, a lot of our major projects that incorporate a public process where the public's involved throughout it, we do have consultants who are doing a lot of that work for us. If we gave them this plan, it gives them something to follow. So in the long run, I do think that it is more work for staff, but I think the cost benefit of it is it definitely outweighs that.
And also your second comment is culture shifts of this nature can create animosity and anger among some. And I will tell you, this was almost this exact same thing was attempted about 5-6 years ago. And there was a work group that put together a number of documents like you showed us today. And the work group became so dysfunctional, and it was community members, that a lot of it fell apart. However, they did come up with a good sheet that council could use to make some of the decisions, like the level of engagement and so on, which I agree is absolutely critical. But I would also say that, so there's a history here. And I believe a resolution was actually passed, if memory serves me, to do almost this exact same thing. So finding that would be very helpful. And hopefully I can find some evidence of that in my files. But I've also seen that when people don't like the outcome, regardless, they start attacking the process. So this, even though this might be the perfect ideal process, it's almost impossible to implement fully. And if they're not the same people, or they come in a little bit late to the process and they don't like the way it's going, then they attack the process, even though you've got a quote, perfect process here. So that concerns me. Additionally, I'm a little, over the years, I think we've seen some pushback on the term stakeholders as in not particularly equal assessment, and perhaps a better term, which I think you could use the exact analysis and assessment to come up with, but it's just interested community members, because that would imply equality across the board. Secondly, the sustainable decisions. I think hearing you tonight, it became clearer to me, but in your briefing and in the plan, it wasn't really clear to me who would be doing that, when they'd be doing it, and so on and so on. So I think just a little bit more determination or definition of that would probably be helpful in the let's see. So those are kind of my comments. I think that this is very idealistic, and my experience has taught me that idealism doesn't often work when it comes to community engagement, but I'm willing to give it a try. Thanks.
Yeah, I wrote some quick notes here. I'm probably not going to address everything, but you did spur some things that I definitely want to mention, and you're 100% correct, Councillor Fortune. The first thing that gets attacked when an outcome is disagreed with is absolutely the public process. Maybe it's justified, maybe it is not. What's important for this plan is not only internally just for staff members, but it's a way for City Council to look and say, well, how was the process? Was it how the public engagement should have been conducted? And it allows you to notice effective public participation. And although public participation is not something where one human can look at it and say, objectively, that was how it should have been. It's a messy process. It's hard to do. And it's hard to be a part of, both from the the municipal side, but also the public side. So you do have great points there, but this is a way to sort of address that. Go for it.
I just wanted to add one more comment, and that is any culture change takes time and tremendous commitment. And this in particular will take tremendous commitment on the part of council. So I would recommend that council actually gets additional training on this, because it's not, I mean, you did a great job of presenting it, but this is not easy to make these decisions and to facilitate good community engagement.
Yes, I know it's getting late, but I do want to mention two things. So in terms of the culture shift, I think you're absolutely right. But just because it's hard doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it, in my mind. And I know that's not what you're saying, but culture shifts of this nature, if you've been coming to community meetings for 30 years and what your experience is going there and getting angry with an elected official or a consultant or a staff member and not having your voice heard, when you come to that next community meeting, you are planning to get angry and not have your voice heard. So it's important that with this, people may be going there to be angry or something of that nature. But the point of this is to actually make public engagement not a checkbox, but something that the city finds extremely useful, that improves decisions and that builds trust. And in addition, if council would, I'm assuming there would be a price tag to it, but if council does want some sort of training from a very high level public participation professional who shows elected officials how to analyze public participation and see effective public participation, that is something that IAP2 does offer as one of their courses, is it's for elected officials. And I believe that's all I wrote down to respond to. Thanks, Nancy.
Judith, I believe you're next.
Thank you. I have a completely different take on this than Mayor Pro Tem Fortune. First of all, I'm glad to see this on a work session, real happy. Because your first slide is right. This is one of the most important things we do. This is who we work for. We are employed by the people who voted us into office, and their voice is profoundly important. On slide 7, I appreciated that you said public engagement should never be used to prove a point or gain support. And I have gotten a tremendous amount of feedback from some recent community engagements that we've had. And the feedback was not about being angry about an outcome. It was being left out of the process or being invited into the process way too late. And therefore they felt that their input was trivialized. I will use the Ruxton Corridor meeting as one example. It's not the only example, but people were upset that they felt left out of the process. And here's the product. And what kind of landscaping would you like? And they felt, wow, we weren't heard. We have concerns. We thought this was a meeting where we were going to get to speak. Another reason why I love that slide. And I actually see this as a possibility to actually make this process easier. Because I loved your example about, hey, if you've got, we're going to, paint this room, and this is a historical building. You've got 2 colors, pick one. Questionnaire, right? I see that as I see this as certainly something to look at and try. I'm really encouraged by it. I liked in the past the slide presentation. I actually read the additional information that you put in there. I noticed that you changed a typo. I read it, and there was the city of Corvallis was in there. I noticed you changed that to Manitou. But there's I believe it's on page, hang on, I'm remembering it up. It really shows, it's on page 29 of 54, and it is the project timeline where it shows where you're supposed to have, robust community engagement. And if we bring people into the process before the only questions are, do you want the bathrooms on the left or the right, or do you want the parking office on the left or the right? People do feel like, wait a minute, I just got totally left out. But I hear what you're saying is, when it's appropriate, when the community can influence the outcome, and I like that question too, where do we bring them in? And I believe been my experience, we're bringing them in way too late. So I'm pleased to see this. I'm totally support a resolution to adopt this.
Thank you.
Julie?
I agree completely. I think this is a step in the right direction. If there's one thing I've heard more, other than complaints about like the streets being dirty and too much congestion, the next most common complaint I hear is frustration with what we call community engagement. We pay all this money to all these different consultants to come in and do these community engagement things. And then people feel like, oh gosh, my taxpayer dollars just got wasted so that I could be lectured to and I could decide some stupid little thing, and they're not really. So I think this will help prevent a lot of the frustration so that people have a clearer expectation. Am I going to be lectured to? Or there's this feedback, just so you know what's going on. So I think this is fabulous. I don't find it terribly overwhelming. We're already doing, like I would say, like a D+ C- job at this. And I think this gives us a great chance of improvement.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, I don't think you've spoken to this yet.
I'm definitely for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Alex, with all due respect, I'm probably going to be the Grinch here. I would not vote to do this as a resolution. I know you've put a lot of work into it, a lot of thought. I would say, take it, let's try it out on places like Ruxton and test it and fine tune it, but I don't think we need a resolution. I think government needs to be simpler. It's a policy. I mean, a resolution is non-binding. It's just kind of saying we think this is more important than things we don't think are so important. So No, I appreciate the work you've done. I think you recognize a major problem. And when we're talking about this, it reminded me of, this is before, I think Nancy was the only one who was on city council at the time, but there were several public engagement things that were done in this room, and it was part of a contract that we did with somebody else. There was Kimley Horn, who had done the master mobility plan and the Ruxton corridor thing. And then there was Bohannon Houston. They had theirs up at Soda Springs Park, at least one of them up at Soda Springs Park, and that was for the WAPS project, the West End. Now, those kinds of things, and I got in here a little bit late. I thought it was just going to be an open house sort of thing, but you actually had to take a little class, and they passed out colored tiddlywinks. And the different colors had different values. You know, we ran and voted on things, and you had different colors of sticky paper. And it was, you know, you could, on yellow, you could write, I want to go to heaven. And on green, you could write, I don't want to die. And you could stick them up on different boards, and it was still valid. And you got this sort of, this very non-convergent sort of wish lists. And I thought it was pointless. I thought it was, I mean, it was again, stupid. And what Bohannon Houston did was not particularly informative either. But as part of their contract, they were to do public engagement. And you know, I think one of the benefits of having somebody else do the public engagement is when they come in and tell people something that citizens don't want to hear, then people are angry at them. They go away, and the citizens aren't mad at the elected officials. I mean, it kind of, no, it is. It's kind of in a sense, a gutless. It's actually non-community engagement, because you have these proxy individuals here who they kind of take the blame. They don't have the answers, you know, and they say, well, I don't really live here because, yeah, I remember taking talking to one of the Kimley Horn guys, and he wanted to channel traffic down Lover's Lane. And he was like, major traffic. It was like traffic would come in on Manitou and they'd go out on Lover's Lane. This isn't going to work. He says, you don't have another choice. No, I was angry. And I understand the part about the citizens being upset, you know, because I was upset, and other people were. And the guy, he went home, he got his check, and I had no little voodoo doll that I could put pins in, and I had no one I could really say, this isn't going to work. And I guess that's partly why I'm here, being part of I'd like to think I'm part of the solution. But so I don't think we want somebody else telling us how to do public engagement. We want to have our own brand. I can get into that. I think what you've done is good work. I think there's going to be a lot of blisters and splinters as you actually, you know, put your hands on this. And I think the Ruxton Quarter thing would be a good learning experience. We got that. However, you did the buskers, you called it the Street Performers Working Group. That seemed to be an appropriate size group that had a good focus. So I think you're getting a handle on this. So I'd like to give you a try. I'm not going to put in a resolution because I think that makes things complicated. I'd rather think something simpler. It's still, I think, a vote of confidence in what you're doing. But I also want us to say that these pretty slides and charts don't really mean anything at the end of the day if people don't have hopes of living in the community they want to live in. And they do want to have a voice. There's also the time when, you know, and Manitou is like a lot of small towns, but I think we're even worse than some places. It's hard to get convergence. It's hard to get agreement. If you go through a sequence of things and it boils down to everybody kind of agrees to a solution, that's one thing. But in Manitou, I mean, we just frequently, we fly off. And what's the solution? Well, you know, some people don't want infrastructure. Other people want music. You know, it's hard. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, anything else?
Question for Alex real quick, if I could.
Oh, sure, you go ahead.
So Alex, if you're told like, oh, this is awesome, keep it up, give it a try, is that just as good for you as if it's an official resolution? Like, is there any downside to us saying, please go for it, this is awesome, as opposed to if you have it on a piece of paper with resolution at the top?
No, I mean, I think the mayor is correct in that it's not like a resolution is making this binding of any sort. The reason I made this a resolution is no different, or why I'm proposing a resolution is no different than when I proposed the media relations policies years ago per resolution. And it's because it affects city council. This plan involves city council at an extremely high level as the decision makers of the city. And so that's why I brought it. Is I don't want to implement this and then all of a sudden you to go, what do you mean this is how I make decisions? So that's why I brought it forward. Denise has a point to raise.
And I do appreciate that you did. I appreciate that we get to hear about it.
Thank you.
Okay,
The other-
Denise?
The
Yeah.
other thing a resolution does, if council so chooses to do such, is it lets the public know, right? It says publicly, here's a process that that you've all agreed to follow at this time. It's non-binding, you're 100% right, but it just states that. So that's the difference between if you just give direction today, which is perfect, we'll work on that. However you want to manage it, but that's the difference between the two.
Thank you, Denise. Good point.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
I would just like, that is exactly what I was going to say, and I'd like to just add one more thing. Not only does it give us a little bit of a blueprint to try, everything's a pilot, right? But I think it also says to the community that we heard you, that you're having some issues about how we approach this. So we are addressing that issue. We're talking about it. We're bringing a resolution. And I hope the mayor that you would at least entertain a show of hands or take our temperature on who would like on council, who would like to see that in resolution form.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, who would like to see it in resolution form? Raise your hands. Two, it looks like about 5, something like that. Nancy's your, oh, you're neutral. Okay, well, I don't, oh, you're abstaining, I think is the, okay. So looks like the majority sentiment is to do a resolution. We'll put the,
Mayor, just because it's a message, I think because of what Denise said really influenced me, is that it's just a message to the community that, hey, we heard you, things are imperfect in this area. We want to try to make it better for you. We're going to try a new thing. I just think it's a nice message to people to hear that we're trying to improve the process, especially for the people who are all grumpy and upset about it. It might help them the next time we have our next engagement, that maybe there's some hope for a better process.
okay, well, the proof of the pudding will be in the tasting. We'll see. We can, engage the people of Bruxton appropriately. Incidentally, it's just as a side remark, I do and periodically invite people to come to the city council meetings. I tell them it's open. We do have unreserved seating. And for instance, tonight it's pretty unreserved. So that kind of public engagement is also available.
But people know they're not allowed to talk. That's
No,
not
no.
really engagement. That's listening.
Well, I mean.
They can do that in their living room on YouTube.
Well, they can, yeah, it's one of the levels. No, it's a level of engagement. I mean, and they're at home watching a TV and they're having hot chocolate or drinking wine and watching the best free TV show in Manitou on Tuesday nights. Okay, so we can put the resolution in there and vote on it. Okay, Alex, go forward on that.
Okay,
Anything else for Alex, or is he off the hook? Good job, guy.
fair enough.
Good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Receive, react on council correspondence. We do have next week, of course, will be a regular meeting. We have an executive item to talk about. And so Denise had suggested we start at possibly 5:15 and with the executive session and get that done. Michelle, would you be available then? Okay, you're the kind of the long pole in the tent. Would everybody else be at 5:15? Get it started, get the executive session taken. Okay. I think that's,
Natalie, I'm sorry, is that when you won't be here though?
yeah, and she's excused. She's already made arrangements. Okay. Anybody else have anything? Council correspondence? Julie?
Someone, I think she said 30 miles an hour. I don't know. But the new speed limit signs on Crystal Hills Boulevard, which I've not personally seen. Oh, so wonderful. Thank you so much for staff putting that up is what I was told. So I wanted to share that. I also wanted to say thank you for having the Canyon Street repaved, and I hope the Park Avenue Street will get paved soon because it's in horrible shape. I also wanted to remind staff that Jeff Parker told us, do not use city letterhead, pardon me, for anything other than city people. So the URA memos should not have been on the city letterhead. That's inappropriate and it's legally a little scary for reasons I won't go into. But just to remind you that Jeff said we should not be doing that. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Natalie.
Just have a question, actually. Since conversations around the DDA are starting to formulate, I'm just wondering if I could be liaison to that process. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
Is there any objection to letting Natalie be a liaison to whatever DDA conversation we have? Okay,
I'd like to know what we're liaisoning to before we decide about liaisoning.
yeah, we don't.
I know that, at this point, right, that there's the city, the chamber and the URA have put money toward a process, and I think they're going to start having meetings, and I think I'd be a non-voting person that would attend a meeting if the theme was DDA. Does that make sense? I'm making it up. I don't really know what I'm.
Well, okay, so let's see. What three groups? Okay, you had the URA.
The
Chamber of
chamber, the
Commerce,
city.
The city, okay. Well, this gets into the public meeting. If it's a public meeting, anybody could go. So maybe we should just declare all our meetings to be public meetings.
Yeah, but if it's just 3 or 4 people, I'm just thinking, I don't know.
Well, does it's really informal. It's not an official committee or anything yet. So I guess my thought is.
So if I go, nobody is mad, and if I don't
I
go,
don't think we'll get
it's
too
fine.
upset, but it's at some point, we could see it maturing into something
Okay.
that would need some more formality, but.
Okay.
Let's not make things more complicated.
But nobody, but again, I can participate without a
Yeah.
problem,
But if something goes wrong, we'll blame you. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
as long as we clarify.
That's the basic rule of democracy.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, city administrators report.
I have a couple of things. One is, yes, Crystal Park Road and Crystal Hills Boulevard has due to the traffic study, we have lowered the speed limits to 20 miles per hour. I think some of those signs were put up today. Nancy, do you know, were you out and about?
Something was put
I didn't see them, but
Okay.
I could just,
We're-
I've been very conscious of the fact. and
We're working on getting those put up, so I wanted to let you know that. Good news is Gates Foundation, which we submitted a grant for, has reached out to me and is going to be wanting to do a site visit for the library. That doesn't mean we received funding, but we're just getting another step closer. So that's really great news. FEMA has issued their formal approval for the hazard mitigation plan. So that's another big step forward. And we got the official notice today on that. And then I just want to remind everybody that the county commissioners will be holding their meeting here on April 25th. So they'll be using Memorial Hall. If you'd like to come and watch a county commissioners meeting, it will be held here in this facilities on April 25th.
And what time is that?
It starts at 9. And I'll be sending out an email. They'll be doing a meet and greet at the beginning from 8:30 to 9 for elected officials and all department heads if you would like to attend.
And Denise, if I could, that's just not, they're going to all the cities, all the jurisdictions or
Right.
municipalities
Right.
and it's their way to get out and about and meet
Yes, that is correct.
so they're having meetings everywhere.
Thank you.
Okay.
And don't forget Chipper Day. Chipper Day, isn't that this Saturday?
Oh, Chipper Day is April 22nd. So that's not this Saturday. That's Earth Day. So April 22nd. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's see. So 2 weeks from tonight, April 25th. It would normally be a work session. We don't have very much that's ready to go. So it looks like we would be taking that night off if there's not any objections. Okay, so no objections. If something comes up, we may have to entertain it, but for right now, our plans would be to try and keep that night free. So it'd be a night off for council. Okay. Anything else? Let's call it good. Good night.